Camera one.
Hi, and welcome to the Arlington County Board Recess meeting that's going to begin in just a few moments. But first, I'm going to walk you through how it all works. This meeting is usually held on a Tuesday and continues Saturday's regular meeting, held every month except August. The meeting begins at 3 p.m., sometimes with awards and recognitions, followed by reports from individual board members. The board then may make appointments to advisory commissions before board members give regional reports. County board members represent Arlington on regional bodies dealing with transportation, governance, and other issues that affect the entire region. They report back to their colleagues on the work of those regional groups. The afternoon session ends with the county manager's report to the board. The board then takes a break. Often during the break, the board will hold a closed session. Because the meeting is closed to the public, the board may discuss only items permitted by the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. These may include, among other matters, personnel issues, lawsuits, other legal or real estate matters. The board resumes its public meeting no earlier than 6:30 p.m. The evening session begins with a public hearing on each of the items carried over from Saturday's meeting. The board may hear from staff, commissions, the applicant, and the public before discussing the item among themselves and voting. No earlier than 6:45 p.m., the board will consider its regular hearing items. The board may again hear from staff, commissions, the applicant, and the public before discussing the items among themselves and voting. But here's a glance at today's agenda before the meeting begins.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Arlington County Board recessed meeting of December 17th, 2019. Before we begin with today's agenda, I would like to bring the board to certify a closed meeting, which just concluded a little over an hour ago. So I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and 2, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Will our clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall? Yes. Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Okay, we are now back in open session. And for tonight's, this afternoon and this evening's proceedings, please note that closed captioning is provided on our overhead screen. And we also do have hearing-assisted devices for the hearing impaired. If you need any accommodations to effectively participate in this afternoon's meeting, please check with our clerk, who will happily provide accommodations. And later on, we will have opportunities for people to speak during this afternoon session. And as you address the lectern in the middle, please note that it can rise or lower to meet a height that is suitable for you. You can use the up and down arrows, which are located to the right of the microphone. And certainly, please speak clearly into the microphone so all of your comments can be heard. This afternoon, we have a number of special recognitions and reports that are on our agenda, and we're going to get right to it, beginning with our Design Arlington Awards. So, Design Arlington is a program that launched in 2009, and it's held every other year. And the awards honor those who work to create exceptional architecture and landscape design in Arlington County. The winning projects display successful strategies for overcoming design challenges and may even serve as examples for future work. Design teams demonstrate how projects that are functional can also be visually interesting and beautify our neighborhoods while being respectful of their existing character. Today, we are going to announce this year's winner, and we had an expert jury that selected 13 winners out of 30 submissions. So joining us today is Brett Wallace from Urban Design and CPHD, that's Community Planning Housing Development, who coordinated and managed the program this year. He is joined by his colleague, Chris Kreider, and Laura Schaub, who also helped facilitate the review. So, welcome, Brett.
Thank you, Chairman Dorsey.
Welcome, Chris.
What we're going to do here is, well, thank you, first of all. This is a wonderful opportunity. This is the fourth time that the Urban Design team has worked on the awards. And this year we had over 30 submittals, and from a variety of great work. One of the reasons that we do this is we really want to highlight the great design work that's going on in the community as a point of inspiration and as a model for how to do things the right way. And so we're very excited about it this year. And I'm going to turn things over to Brett, who will then work with you to identify each of the award winners and give you a glimpse. Immediately following this presentation, we will be going down to the first floor for a reception to hear a little bit more from each of the designers and the applicants and hear a little bit more about their project. So anyone's welcome to join us.
All right, thank you, Chris and Chairman Dorsey. Before we begin, I also want to thank Laura Schaub, who's on our urban design team, for her assistance in facilitating this program, as well as Chris Kreider. But before we begin, I also want to recognize our jury of local design professionals. Next slide, please. The design jury consisted of Scott Matties, Adrian McCrae, Leonardo Sarli, and Rebecca Ballo. And we just want to appreciate their time and service to Arlington County. If any of the jurors are in attendance, we'd ask that they please stand and be recognized. Okay, well, thank you. We'll now move into the presentation of awards and the slideshow. And I'll ask that when you see your project on the screen, if you could start making your way up to the front of the room to accept your award certificate, we'd greatly appreciate it. So with that, we'll begin. So the first series of design awards are honorable mention awards. So the first award will be given to Arlington Abstracted. The award goes to Arlington County, Arlington Arts, and artist and photographer Mark Pacala. Congratulations. Okay, our next award, honorable mention award, goes to Central Place. The owner is JBG Smith, the architect, Buyer Blender Bell, contractor is Clark Construction, photography by Joseph Romeo. Congratulations. Our next series of awards are merit awards, and we'll begin with the Country Club Hills residents. Owners Ann Blakeman Coleman, design team is Greenspur and Elizabeth Cross Beard, and photography by Mitch Allen. Congratulations. Our next merit award will go to Dominion Apartments. Owner is Snell Properties. Design team consists of Bonstra Hair Sign Architects, Hickok Cole Lifestyle. Contractor was HIT Contracting. Photography by Hawklander Davis. Congratulations. Our next merit award will go to the Alice West Fleet Elementary School. Owner is Arlington Public Schools. Architect is VMDO Architects. Contractor, Whiting Turner, and photography by Sam Kittner. Congratulations. Okay, our next merit award goes to Gravity and Grace, is a public art project at the Central Place Plaza in Roslyn. Owner JBG Smith, artists and designers Cliff Garton Studio, photography by Luke Walters, Joseph Romeo, and Arlington Public Art. Congratulations. Our next merit award is Living Tudor Revival. The architect is David Lococo Architects. Other design team members include Jennifer Horn, Ella Scott Design, and Linton Engineering. Contractor is Clemens Builders. Congratulations. Our next merit award goes to 3200 Lee Highway. The owner is Deer Equities. Design team is MTFA Architecture, Linton Engineering, JB Weibel and Associates. Contractor was Bush Construction. Photography by Eric Taylor. Congratulations. Our next series of awards are considered Excellence Awards, and the first will be given to the Arlington National Cemetery Millennium Project. The design team is USA, CE, Norfolk District, Jacobs, and Amon Whitney. Sasaki, Buyer Blender Bell, Rice Engineering, Wetland Studies and Solutions. Contractor, Forrester Construction. Congratulations. Our next Excellence Award will be given to Ballston Corder. Owner, Brookfield Properties, QIC, design team members, Callison, RTKL, Cooper Carey, Mahan Reichel, Landscape Architecture Bureau, with contractor as Clark Construction, photography by David Madison. Congratulations. Our next Excellence Award goes to the Heights Building. Owners, Arlington Public Schools. Design team, Leo A. Daly, Bjark Ingalls Group. Contractors, Gilbane Building Company. Photography by Lorian Gintiu. Congratulations. Our next Excellence Awards goes to the Manifold House. Owners Heather and Billy Buck, architect David Jameson, and additional design by Oscar Maridiata, contractor Sagatov Design and Build, and photography by Par Warkall. Congratulations. And our final Excellence Award goes to the Rubio Residence. Owner Greg Rubio, architect D.W. Ricks Architects, contractor Ralph Carter, company of photography by David Ricks. Congratulations. So again, congratulations to all the winners this year. If you can, please join us in the lobby today at 3:30 to meet the designers and learn more about the projects. So thank you very much.
That was terrific. Certainly, anyone who says that everything in Arlington looks alike would be hard-pressed to make that case after looking at that presentation. Congratulations to all the award winners, and thanks so much, Brett and Chris, for working with the expert jury to come up with such an interesting group of projects. We appreciate it. And thanks to so many of the award winners for being here this afternoon. We have some other recognitions and resolutions and proclamations to go through, and next on our agenda is actually a resolution that I am going to move for the board's consideration that reflects lots of input from every member of the board, and the subject of this is Arlington County moving towards joining the Biophilic Cities Network. So I will read a few of the whereas clauses, which outline the background and justification for our engaging in this effort, and what it is we hope to do. Whereas Arlington County's commitment to environmental sustainability and community health and wellness stretches back to the 1940s, when the county undertook significant efforts to secure land for parks, natural areas, and recreation purposes, and whereas the county's efforts have continued through the decades through the adoption of innovative policies and practices, including a community energy plan and a public spaces master plan that foster a healthy, safe, prosperous, and equitable county. And whereas Arlington has a varied ecosystem that provides benefits to residents, workers, visitors, and the diverse species we share it with. And whereas exposure to nature can reduce stress, aid recovery from illness, enhance cognitive skills, improve academic performance, and aid in combating childhood and adult illnesses. And whereas in an increasingly urbanized world, it is incumbent upon cities to provide vital natural habitat to animal species that may otherwise perish. And whereas biophilic design reinforces the innate human need for connection with nature by incorporating natural patterns as a tool for improving health and well-being in the built environment. Whereas a biophilic city extends the idea of biophilia to urban environments where the urban area works to conserve abundant biodiversity and nature and to creatively and responsibly add new elements of nature and fosters connection to the natural world. And whereas the Biophilic City Network is a community of biophilic cities that places nature at the core of design and planning and works to create abundant opportunities to learn about and connect with nature. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Arlington County Board that Arlington County supports joining the Biophilic Cities Network and commits to monitoring and reporting on the following biophilic indicators. 1, expanded biophilic planning and design principles through existing policies and processes, such as comprehensive plan elements, sector plans, site plans, park master plans, and multimodal transportation plans and projects. 2, educational opportunities for the community, including residents and development stakeholders, about the benefits of biophilic principles to further the presence of nature in our buildings, facilities, homes, and public spaces. 3, expanded natural elements within Arlington's built environments, as well as conservation of our natural resources. 4, creation of publicly accessible urban nature projects. And 5, equitable access to green spaces, parks, and other natural elements. So that has officially been moved. Is there a second? Second. Seconded by Ms. Crystal. I would love to hear comments from the county board on this resolution before us. Ms. Crystal.
Thank you. generally this portion of our meetings tend to be more ceremonial, but I think this is actually kicking off a really meaningful body of work that we will expect all of our different departments and divisions to be involved with. And I think it's so important, and I believe that this resolution now does this, that this not be seen simply as synonymous with our natural resources master plan, which is due for an update and forthcoming in the next year. It's an incredibly important component of this, but it's also really important to recognize that biophilia, to the extent we'll pursue it in our community, is so much more. It is certainly inclusive of and important about the stewardship of those natural places, but it's also about the introduction of nature into the built environment. I have been so excited about this body of work and want to in particular commend some of our citizen leaders who are with us today, as well as our staff for cottoning to clearly and really running with what this idea of biophilia and what these principles could mean in our own community. And what I am so excited about is that it gets us beyond the artificial choice between the idea that the built environment is somehow the enemy of nature. Anyone who's ever appreciated a shade tree in a city knows that that need not be the case. And I am so excited about the opportunity to pursue some of these architectural and design principles through our planning, our site plans, our area plans, and in our partnership with CPHT to pursue education opportunities with the natural resources staff at DPR. And to partner with, for example, Eco Action Arlington and our environmental services staff in thinking about how we bring these principles and operationalize them to something of a buzzword in our daily life. So this resolution has my wholehearted support, and more than that, this body of work, which will be really meaningful in our community, does as well.
Thank you. Mr. DeFerranti.
I'm also thrilled to support this. I guess most in the conversations that have come over the last 6 months or 8 months about this, most salient for me has been infusing at an early stage planning that that incorporates biophilic principles. We've done such a good job of planning, but I think this is sort of the next step for us to have at the initial stages that excellent planning. So I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Vice Chair Garvey.
Yeah, this is great, and I really want to thank the citizens who've moved this forward. In a way, this is just rebooting an effort that's been going on for a long time. I mean, I was lucky enough to grow up in Connecticut that was rural at that time, and some of my first memories are staring at the creek and watching we call them pollywogs, those are tadpoles down here, swimming around, and wild strawberries. And I mean, I was totally absorbed in nature and spent most of my time outside playing, which I now realize was an incredible gift. And then growing up with the kids, I'm in a community where they gotten to play outside. Fairlington, there's a lot of green space, and they can wander around, and they used to dig and find bugs and things, and it's just so healthy. And then a book came out, right, called The Nature Deficit, I think is what it was called, which really clued into the problems children are having because they're not connected with nature. And then when I was long ago president of the PTA at Abingdon School, we started a garden, and it was in conjunction with the Seeds of Change exhibit down at the Smithsonian. It was 1992, 500 years since 1492, and it was all based on happily one of our parents, and it was an incredible gift as well. She was organizing that exhibit, so we even got in the catalog. Our garden got in the catalog, but that really brought home to me how important it is for children and for everybody. Not only, I mean, teachers used it to teach math, to teach, biology, chemistry, history. There's all kinds of things you can learn in a garden in a very different way from classrooms that's so healthy for people. And it also pulled together our immigrant community because we were growing things that people were used to, and it made some of our immigrant families feel at home. So, and I feel in some ways I've kind of let that knowledge just sort of drift. I kind of pushed on the gardens and stuff and have gotten distracted by things. And then suddenly here comes this biophilia movement, which is giving it a whole new impetus, which is really wonderful, and being intentional about it on a much larger scale about what we need to do that we've kind of all sort of known and kind of been struggling with in little bits and pieces. And this kind of pulls it all together. So thank you, everybody that's been pushing to make this happen. I'm just thrilled to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm super pleased to see this coming forward. I think it's the time has arrived. The timing is perfect, actually, I think, for where we are as a community, and then looking to where we have the opportunity to head moving into the future. And that's what this is, to me, is really all about. I think that there are a lot of folks out there in the community who hear biophilic, and they might conjure up a particular image or some idea or be confused by it. But the reality is it's really just getting in touch with our inherent natural roots. If you think about What is it about that we're drawn to the sound of ocean waves? Why do we like, why is it romantic to be by a crackling fire? What is there about why kids get super excited when they see some wildlife go scurrying by? Why are we naturally drawn to all of those things? It's because we are drawn to nature. It's who we are. We are very complex creatures, but we have not, and I hope would never escape our connection with nature. And so as we move forward, and we're going to have lots of opportunities to educate the community and to really have a discussion about how this fits in holistically with all the things that we want to do. But I'm going to read here, and I want to quote, since I'm reading, I want to quote where this is from, 14 Patterns of Biophilic Design by Terrapin Bright Green. Just to remind ourselves why biophilic design is so important, consider that in the 12,000 years since humans began farming and other activities that transformed the natural landscape, only in the last 250 years have modern cities become common. Within the last few years, we became urban dwellers, with more people living in cities than in the countryside. In coming decades, it is projected that 70% of the world's population will live in cities. With this shift, the need for our designs to reconnect people to an experience of nature becomes ever more important. Biophilic design is not a luxury, it's a necessity for our health and well-being. I'm super happy to support this motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we move to a vote on this resolution, we are joined by Jennifer Fioretti, Deputy Director in Department of Parks and Recreation, who thank you so much for your work in bringing this resolution to the fore. Are there any comments you'd like to make at this time?
Yes, thank you. So we've prepared a brief presentation to share with the board and members of the public about the Biophilic project and what it means to Arlington. And
yes, but before we do that, I actually wanted to call out Caroline Haynes, David Howell, and Elizabeth Guerin, who are sitting there sheepishly in that row back there. But they took residence, I think, in your offices and our offices, and really are the ones that we have to thank for where we are today. So over to you, Jennifer.
Thank you. And I also have with me today Bob Duffy, the Director of Planning in the Community Planning Housing Development, who's also available to answer questions as well. So, as our community continues to urbanize, it becomes increasingly important that we have access to nature as part of our daily lives. With this in mind, the Biophilic Cities project was created by the University of Virginia in 2011. The project builds on the important concept of biophilia, that humans have an innate evolutionary affinity to nature. This work, of course, is based on scientific research that shows contact with nature is essential to human health and well-being. So it helps reduce stress, improves mood, and enhances cognitive performance. Ultimately, we're happier and healthier as a community when connected to nature. A biophilic city has abundant biodiversity that not only conserves nature, but it also creates new forms of nature, placing it at the core of design and planning, creating opportunities to learn and connect with nature. So the network. Since 2013, about 22 cities have signed up to become a partner in the network from around the world. As a partner, Arlington would have access to the network of cities already doing this work, their ideas and solutions. Considering joining the Biophilic City Network and incorporating biophilic principles into designs are board-adopted recommendations, both found in the Public Spaces Master Plan and the Community Energy Plan. So to the point of Mr. Gutschall's reference to the Terrapin Green 14 Patterns of Biophilic Design, this is a very important component that gives us some reference, a guide to help create our biophilic city. But before we dive into this, I want to emphasize 2 points. One, quality over quantity. So we don't always have to have a lot, we just have to do it really well. And also exposure and frequency. So science shows that all we need is about 5 to 20 minutes of immersion in nature to reap the benefits and provide mental restoration. So Arlington already utilizes a lot of these elements of biophilic design, but we do have an opportunity to do more. And what we've tried to do is highlight some of the things that we are already doing. So I'm going to start with the first of the 3 categories of biophilic design, which is nature in space. As the name suggests, it is any design intervention that provides a direct physical an ephemeral presence of nature in place or space. And I'll highlight a few examples. We'll start with the presence of water, which is here at Penrose Square, which creates that visual and physical connection to nature. We have the green roof at 10 at Clarendon, which provides both a visual and non-visual connection with nature. So you can see, touch, smell, and taste the food. In addition, we have the Rain Garden, which is another great experience at Longbridge Park. While visually compelling, it also provides opportunities to hear the grass swaying. Green Wall at 1000 Wilson Boulevard. This is a great example, among many things, of thermal and airflow variability, which moderates air temperature and humidity, mimicking the natural environments. The second category is natural analogs, which include indirect strategies that rely on an analogy with natural shapes and forms. Examples can be as small as artwork, organic shaped furniture, or architectural design. A great example of a biomorphic pattern is the stamped concrete flowers on the bridge at Arlington Boulevard, which I just showed. Another, this is actually one of my favorites, which is the liquid pixels in Roslyn, which gives me a sense of movement of water, another biomorphic pattern. When we look at other connections, material connection with nature and complexity and order, here you can see two of those themes referenced. One is the wood beams, which provides a connection with natural materials. So what we're looking for is materials that reflect the local environment in terms of ecology or geology. The idea is to link man to the spaces in their location. And then secondly, we have these repeating patterns, which is the exposed mechanical systems. But you can also do floor plans, landscape plans. That also provides those repeating patterns which you see in nature. The third section of our patterns is nature of space. So this is really about how we relate to the built environment, how we feel in it. Here we see risk. So within the room, you can look outside through the windows upon kids playing in a playground. There's this tension where you are safe inside, but you are close enough to kind of feel like you could fall, and that's risk. So this next is prospect, where we have an unimpeded view over distance for surveillance or planning. And while this is a great example in a casual use space environment, you can also accomplish this with balconies, oversized windows, mezzanine levels, open plan spaces, or transparent partitions that give you uninterrupted views. Refuge. So like prospect, the refuge pattern focuses on the ability to look out over your surroundings, but from the safety of a protected position away from the buzz, the central areas of activity. And of course, mystery, our tree canopy and our forest. The promise of more information using partially obstructed views to enhance and entice the individual to go further into the environment, which mystery can also be achieved through unexpected architectural features, which draws us in and engages us within the environment. So although design plays a very important role in creating a biophilic city, we also have to consider how we create the structures to support the creation of this work. How do we provide equitable access to the space? How do we learn about what's available? And how do we program it? So in terms of joining the Biophilic City Network, there are three major steps that we have to follow. One, the board passing a resolution. Two, submitting a narrative statement. And three, identifying 5 municipal indicators that we will use to help monitor our progress. We've already covered those 5 municipal indicators in the resolution, and they're here outlined as well. So what does this mean for Arlington? Increasingly dense urban environments elevate the importance of biophilic design across a spatial continuum for new and existing buildings to parks and streetscapes. By joining the Biophilic Network, Arlington will be indicating our interest in applying these principles to its current and future practices. In spring, summer 2020, we look forward to holding a symposium that engages the community, especially environmental advocates and developers, in a conversation about innovative biophilic solutions that work for Arlington. So this is the beginning, but it's certainly not the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fioretti. Excellent presentation. And thank you again to everyone who's involved in this project, David, Caroline, and Elizabeth. Fantastic work, as well as the entire staff team. As you can see from the slides, which were images, I think, exclusively of Arlington locales, this is obviously not something that is alien to us. We have incorporated this sometimes without the thematic overlay of the Biophilic cities network, and we think that that can actually be a force multiplier for us in ensuring that we're able to do this thoroughly and equitably throughout our county. So exciting times ahead. We have had discussion on this issue, and we're now ready for a vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. I would now like to read into the record a proclamation commemorating World AIDS Day. Whereas HIV disease, including AIDS, continues to have a global impact with an estimated 38 million people, including nearly 2 million children living with HIV/AIDS by the end of 2018, with 23 million receiving antiretroviral therapy and an increase of over 1 million since 2017. And whereas AIDS and HIV disease continue to be a priority health concern in the United States, with 1.1 million Americans living with HIV infection and an estimated 14% being unaware of their HIV status. And whereas in Arlington, 1,243 people are currently living with HIV/AIDS and 1,103 have died from HIV/AIDS since 1982. And whereas Arlington is committed to expanding and strengthening the countywide effort to stop the spread of HIV/AIDS, support those affected by this illness, and pay tribute to those who have lost their lives. And whereas the fight against HIV/AIDS will only be won through increased advances in and equal access to HIV testing, treatment, and care, now therefore I, Christian Dorsey, Chair of the Arlington County Board, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2019 as World AIDS Day in Arlington County, and urge all residents to take part in activities and observances designed to reduce the devastating impact of HIV/AIDS, encourage Arlingtonians to get tested for HIV, and use protection and encourage their friends and loved ones to get tested, and demonstrate compassion for those infected with HIV/AIDS. Very important work. And I see some members from our Department of Human Services here. Are they here for this? All right, so I'd welcome you to come up, receive the proclamation, and share any words that you have in commemoration of this significant event that it is incumbent upon us to highlight for our community at the very least on an annual basis. Thank you very much, our Public Health Director, Dr. Ruben Varghese. Our next proclamation, never be said that we are not a collaborative jurisdiction that looks beyond our borders. But I'd like to spend a moment recognizing Sharon Bulova. Sharon Bulova, as everyone on this dais knows, is chairman, and they use that term to describe the head of their Board of Supervisors, but chairman of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors, who decided in 2019 not to seek re-election, so she is in effect retiring from public service at the conclusion of this year. Given that Sharon has been such an impactful public servant in Northern Virginia and has proved to be a wonderful collaborative partner for Arlington boards, both current and past. We thought it was suitable to recognize Sharon's public service with this recognition. I'll read a couple of the important whereases. Whereas Sharon Bulova has been a Northern Virginia resident since 1966, served as a legislative aide, and then in her very first attempt for public office was successful in winning a seat on the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors in 1987. And while on the Fairfax County Board, served as chairman of their budget committee for 20 years. Whereas Sharon was elected first chairman of the Fairfax County Board of Supervisors in a special election in 2009 and was subsequently reelected to 2 full terms. Whereas under Chairman Bulova's leadership, Fairfax County has been a collaborative leader among neighboring jurisdictions in the Washington, D.C. metro region. Whereas Chairman Bulova has served on the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Metro Strategy Group, chaired COG's Greater Washington 2050 Coalition, served as a member and past chairman of the Northern Virginia Regional Commission and the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, co-founded the Virginia Railway Express commuter rail system, and served as Fairfax County's representative on the Northern Virginia Transportation Authority. And whereas Chairman Bulova has played an integral role along with many dedicated leaders over the decades to expand Metro to Tysons and Reston, whereas Washingtonian Magazine named Chairman Bulova one of the most powerful women in the Washington metropolitan area, and whereas Chairman Bulova has been described as having a knack for channeling community anger into constructive action, and as having a thick political skin, and has been described as a political boss who rules with kindness. Now, therefore, I, Christian Dorsey, Chair of the Board, hereby congratulate Chairman Bulova for her outstanding leadership, service, and collaboration, and express our gratitude for the impact that she has had not only on Fairfax County, but the entire Northern Virginia region. I will just add, working with Sharon in various capacities at COG and as well as the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, as well as peer-to-peer on initiatives that are important to Arlington and Fairfax. Everything that is said about her positively rings true and more. She's been an exceptional public servant role model, just has a disposition without peer in the region, and an ability to always, no matter how high the temperature and the voices in the room, how heated they may get, Chairman Bulova is always just a modulating influence. And so we're sorry to see her go, but I think her model lives on with future generations of leadership in Fairfax. All right, next, and my last recognition is for another non-Arlingtonian. See, we're so generous here today. We are a regional group. This one is for someone who, if you are a regular listener to WAMU, you know this person's name and, more importantly, his voice quite well. Kojo Nnamdi. Kojo Nnamdi is celebrating 20 years of the Kojo Nnamdi Show being on WAMU, and I think each member of this board has been on more times than they can immediately recall, but that's not why we're honoring him today. This proclamation just recognizes his contribution to public discourse in this region, which has definitely been a very positive effect in an area where sometimes politics and public service can become very divisive. So, if you'll allow me to read a little bit about Kojo. Whereas Kojo Nnamdi, an American citizen who emigrated from his native Guyana, where he opposed British colonialism, to the United States in 1968 to attend college and work and explore the American Civil Rights Movement, and whereas while attending the University of the District of Columbia, of which he is a graduate, Mr. Nnamdi joined former members of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, to form the Center for Black Education, and whereas from 1985 to 2011, Mr. Nnamdi hosted, is that right? Anyway, Mr. Nnamdi hosted Evening Exchange, a public affairs television program broadcast by WHUT at Howard University, and worked at WHUR, where he served as news editor and then news director, producing the award-winning local news program, The Daily Drum. And whereas Mr. Namdi's career in radio stems from his desire to ensure that people are listening to something that helps them make intelligent decisions about their lives, and whereas the Kojo Namdi Show and the Politics Hour cover a wide range of topics, political events, and issues around the region, interviewing specialists, analysts, elected officials, advocates, activists, and more. And whereas 2019 marked the 20th year of the Kojo Namdi Show that has appeared on WAMU-FM, and whereas Mr. Namdi has had a special impact on our county, where in 2008 he hosted a community dialogue on diversity, which facilitated a civil and productive conversation among Arlingtonians on this complex issue, and hosted a town hall discussion on Amazon's arrival in Arlington in 2018. Now, therefore, I, Christian Dorsey, Chair of the Board, do hereby recognize the journalistic talent of Kojo Namdi and the indelible mark that he has made by providing multi-decades-long forums for constructive dialogue on politics and the issues that shape our daily lives. All right, with that, I am finished with our proclamations. We're now ready to move to the chair's report. I am sorry to be monopolizing so much time, but I'll try to make this brief. The only thing I'd like to report on, in late November, out at the National League of Cities Conference, I participated in what was termed a mayoral exchange, but somehow they let me in, to discuss civic engagement. And it was an interesting conversation with mayors, mostly actually from all over the country, but with a heavy proportion of them from the West Coast. And we were discussing some of the theory and practices around civic engagement and surfacing some of the challenges that we had. It was not just an exchange among, mayors and me. It also included some thought experts in the field of civic engagement who offered some really interesting perspectives about where we are in the civic engagement space today and what are some of the challenges that we're all grappling with. Lots that I learned and considered as a result of this, but I did want to surface one theme that felt particularly resonant with what we're dealing with in Arlington. And, essentially, one perspective offered by one of the experts is that for a while, what was valued in local government was that we become extremely efficient and more like business in our efficiencies so that we could provide value for taxpayers. That was sort of in vogue for a while. And the way that organizations and leaders within those organizations built their expertise was to more be managerially expert, where you valued primarily competence and delivering for people effective programs and services. And in a way, without criticism, this is just their observation, that has created an expectation within communities that taxpayers and voters are more like clients of government as opposed to partners in government, because the expertise and the competence has been built up among staffs to deliver good value. And then they contrast that with more collaborative approaches whereby there's greater sharing of ideas and greater responsibility for how things get done. And it just made me reflect a little bit on Arlington, because I think our community kind of expects us to be both at the same time. And that's something that's very difficult because they often work in tension. And it just gave me a little bit of a greater insight of some of the challenges that we face in public engagement, where people want us to, be able to get everything done to the highest degree of professionalism that is available, while at the same time including them and working at their direction in every step of the way. And, that's untenable. And it's something that a lot of us were grappling with, this whole idea of how do we give the people what they need while at the same time giving them what they want in this increasing area where there's so much cynicism and concern and mistrust about government. And so while we didn't walk away with any magic solutions that I can offer you today, I felt much better about knowing that there's a growing network of people who are considering these issues. Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I think thank you for sharing. That's really interesting, and I'll remark again, local government is where we get things done. You know, I just remember when I was with our sister cities, meeting with the mayor of Reims, France, Aachen, Germany, and me from the United States, talking about the situation on our national level and everything, and we just kind of all agreed, this is where we get work done, and we need to stick together because we're making the world work. And that's why it's so hard and so much fun.
Exactly.
Yeah, thank you.
Agreed. Agreed. Does anyone else have any reports from their board service this month? Seeing none, we are now ready to move into appointments. And thank you so much. I was just about to find those. Look at that. And by the way, whoever straightened up the map in the back of the room, bless you. It was Roger Munter. Thank you. Thank you. When you seek a raise, count me in for having a recommendation. All right? All right, so colleagues, I have a number of appointments to move today, and remember, as always, these don't require a second. So for the Commission on Aging, to appoint Chloe Burke. To the Commission on Arts, to appoint Jordan Lewis. For the Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, appoint Megan Mack. To the Human Rights Commission, appoint Daniel Githens. To the Teen Network Board, to appoint Stephanie Achugamanu. To appoint Jimmy Carsamo Campos. Peyton Fern, Anna Trainum, Georgia Dean, and to reappoint Jason Ho, Yasmina Mansour, William McLennan, Jillian Wagner, Aidan Selassie, Ava Boston, Kate Allen, Philip Wentz, Marshall McGuire, Paul Cuento, Sophie Snyder, and Jackie Kabiri. To the Urban Forestry Commission, appointing Nora Hannigan and reappointing Patricia Kitt Norland. And all of those, nope, take that back. For everyone but the Teen Network Board, these would be appointments that will run through December 31st of their respective respective ends of their terms. And for the Teen Network Board, those terms will all expire June 30th, 2020. Any discussion on those appointments? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. We're now ready to move to our regional reports. And I'd like to ask if we can go out of, we are going to go with Ms. Garvey first, because I need a glass of water. So, Ms. Garvey, can you begin with your regional report?
Sure, and I'll take at least long enough for you to get back from that glass of water. Thank you. So yesterday, I was at the Council of Governments for a tabletop exercise, and I thought I would just share this with you. The Emergency Preparedness Council of the Council of Governments has been on a hiatus this year, really taking a pause, not doing our regular meetings. The EPC, as it's called, was formed after 9/11 when the region realized there was a whole lot of work to do if we were going to respond well to emergencies. And it really is the only group that brings together almost every sector in the region to look at preparedness issues. So we've got local, state, federal government, the military is there, Metro is there, Board of Trade is there, universities there, schools are there. It's really everybody coming together. It's a very useful group. However, and it's been going on since 2000, I've been on since 2003, but over the years, at first, there was a whole influx of money that came because of 9/11 and trying to respond to that. And the focus of the EPC became a lot spending federal dollars on preparedness. And so it kind of got less and less interesting for all of these groups, and I don't think we were really using those groups well. Elected officials came less and less. The CAOs wanted more practical help in preparing for emergencies, and it really became clear we needed something, really a more appropriate and effective way of working together on emergency preparedness. So staff's been working and put together a tabletop exercise. It's already been done once with the CAOs. Mr. Schwartz participated in that. And I just thought I'd talk just a little bit about that because I think we're going to see a new way of the EPC working, and I'm really pleased to see it. So this scenario was a deliberate release of anthrax in D.C. and Arlington. So that was the scenario. We're pretending that that happened and what happens. So the resulting discussion surfaced a whole lot of issues. And again, we had the military, we had the feds, we had the Red Cross, we had everybody at the table. And I'll just discuss one because it's in my bailiwick more, was information. So they're talking along about how this gets, if such a release happens, how they find out about it, and then who goes to who and just directs what and makes this decision and that decision. And I'm sitting there thinking, meanwhile, Twitter is going crazy, right? Once the word gets out on something like this. So they're talking about that, and I sort of said, well, you know, I think my issue is like, I need to get good information out to my residents, or we need to do that like really fast. And what they're discussing is like hours. And they looked at me and said, well, how fast do you need? I said, well, like 15 minutes at the most. So that got into a whole lot of discussion. And because with the, you know, I think if you think about it today, with what's going on, if there's an emergency, it's all over the media, it's all over and stuff, and you can have a lot of people really concerned with a lot of bad information if we're not there to fill that vacuum. So one of the many things that came out was working on a template for when there's an emergency and you really don't know much information yet, what can you push out to the public right away, which are things like tune to Arlington Alert, tune to WERA, those kinds of things. But we're going to be working on that as a region. Because the other issue is it's really important everybody has the same message. Because what if somebody hears something different from Virginia and something different from DC and Maryland? So there's a lot going out, a lot going on, and I found it really useful. As I say, unlike some of the other meetings that I've attended over the years, I think it's very invaluable, tabletops as a way to surface issues, and I'm hoping we're going to be doing more of them. And I have suggested, and I think we're going to be looking at, rather than having people in the region come to council of governments, which people just, as I say, they haven't been doing, I think in part because it's not relevant. So I think we're going to look at making this a model that we can take out so that you would have a a locality version. So maybe here in Arlington, we would do it with some of the same participants, but not all of them, but focused on Arlington and what we would do, and we would not take 4 hours to do it. We'd take more like an hour to an hour and a half. And I think that kind of model of going out and moving it around, as I said, let's take the mountain to Muhammad if Muhammad's not coming to the mountain. So it'll surprise nobody here, Mr. Manager, if afterwards I thought Arlington ought to be the first to do this. So we'll be talking about it. And I just kind of wanted to share with you what's going on there. I think it's a really good change for the EPC, and I'm hopeful that it's going to really make for some good changes in how we move forward and prepare for emergencies.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garvey. So a couple of items that I'll briefly report on. First, last week, Mr. Schwartz, Ms. Garvey, I think we were all in attendance at the Council of Governments annual meeting, where I joined Mayor Wilson from Alexandria in presenting a award for regional collaboration to Stephanie Landrum and our former Director of Arlington Economic Development, Victor Hoskins. So just wanted to report on that.
Oh, can you report on what you said, though?
No.
It was really funny, Mr. Dorsey.
With that kind of setup, I don't think I'm going to be able to deliver it again in the moment. But anyway, I just noted for everyone who was attending that Victor Hoskins, who, as we all know, is now the President and CEO of the Fairfax Economic Development Authority, while that is his current position. In 2018, he presided over AED when Nestle, that economic development deal, was named the region's deal of the year. And of course, everyone knows about 2018-19 with Amazon. And I noted that after so much winning, Victor tired of that and had to move to Fairfax. So, it was much better in the moment, but anyway.
It was just fine. It got a good chuckle.
Thank you. And we'll see how Mr. Hoskins took it. The other thing that I just want to report on is that we are at budget season at Metro, and as any budget season at Metro is prone to be, it's going to be complicated. This time, while we're more mature in terms of how the organization deals with the 3% legislative cap, that restricts the growth in subsidy for Metro. There are a number of proposals that the WMATA board is going to have to work through, which are probably going to generate lots of input from stakeholders across the region, whether they be groups that we all serve on or the riding public, concerning proposed increases in fare, proposed changes to pass products, which can make the increase in fare actually completely offset or more affordable, integration of future phases of the Metro's growth out to Loudoun County with the Silver Line, as well as lots of changes that are proposed to deliver bus service throughout the region. It's an incredibly meaty docket of possible changes that we'll have to work through, and I'll figure out in the new year how to present those to you in a reasonable and orderly fashion so that I can get your considered comment, as we deal with that in Metro. But just to alert you that it's probably a year where there are going to be lots of changes to the way people ride the system in terms of what they pay, where they go, and what opportunities are available to them. But it's certainly not from a period of restricting service. It's about right sizing, if you will, service, making sure it's meeting current demands and whether it's priced accordingly. So lots more to come, but I'll be spending a fair amount of time figuring that out.
Thank you, and I think this is the issue I surfaced with you this afternoon on the buses. So just so people know, a number of bus routes are at this point being considered for cutting, including a really good, the 7Y in Arlington, which is packed, goes directly downtown, is really valued, only runs in rush hour. So I think they're putting up a number of bus routes that maybe for political reasons rather than budget reasons, they think they might want to have up there. I don't know what's happening, but I'm hoping, Mr. Dorsey, that we can kind of advocate to keep effective, good bus routes going. Thanks.
And Ms. Garvey, thank you for bringing that up because it illustrates, I think, one of the central challenges of this work. Metro is a provider that operates the 7Y, so they have their own way of looking at its utility and its performance, and certainly our constituents. It serves as a very important a piece of part of their way to daily navigate life in the community. But then overlaid with that are decisions that are made by the state, for example, with hot lane tolling on 395, which may provide more demand for the 7Y as people shift from driving to transit. So looking at all of that in a, dare I say, holistic, comprehensive way is part of what we all do. It's part of what we do in our regional roles, is to make sure decisions made by one don't cause unnecessary and unmitigated and unintended consequences to the other. So it'll be interesting to work our way through it.
And we're glad you're there.
All right, thank you. All right, with that, any other regional reports? It doesn't look like we have any. We're now ready to turn the floor over to Mr. Schwartz, who has a number of important items for us as part of his report today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. As you know, earlier this year, I formed the Arlington Complete Count Committee for the 2020 census. And I'm proud to say it's, I think, in my experience, the most diverse working group we've ever had in the county. And I'm just thrilled with all the work that they've done to date to make sure that everybody in Arlington is counted. And we are so lucky. Elisa Ortiz and Wanda Pierce are here as co-chairs for our Complete Count Committee. And they're here to update us on progress and also to make sure everyone gets counted. So I'm going to turn it over to both of them for an update and a report. And I don't know which of you is going first, but Wanda, take it away. You have to press the, so the light comes on.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. Welcome to Philanthropy Matters on WE. Oh, sorry. Sorry, that was the wrong speech. Anyway, I'm very pleased to be here today representing the Complete Count Committee of 42 Arlingtonians. And we are thrilled at this endeavor. And thank you, Mr. County Manager, for appointing us to this position. And so I will say it's a lot of fun so far. We've been doing great things. We've had wonderfully creative communications. We've had some exciting events. And our terrific county staff, Brianna Helfer and Elizabeth Hardy and their teams are making it a lot of fun. But in accepting this, we know it's a really important endeavor. It's a little bit trickier than 2010. In 2010, we were not competing with media and exposure with a presidential campaign, which we have in 2020. And there's a real clear difference between the census in 2010 and the census now. Where in 2010, we didn't have a citizenship question posed prior to the census, and that has made our work a little bit harder. But we are redoubling our efforts. We also have a little bit of an issue with the fact that there are many hard-to-count populations in Arlington across the country, and we're redoubling our efforts to make sure that everyone gets counted. So it's a lot of fun, but it's very serious business. Just a quick review. I think most of you know that the census takes place every 10 years, and everyone counts in the census. One distinction that we really have to get across to folks is that, unlike in the presidential election, where voting is your obligation, but you have to be a citizen, with the census, you do not have to be a citizen. And in fact, we want everyone to be counted. And so there's going to be a lot of confusion next year when we have groups trying to get the vote out. And then we have the census trying to get the census. And the census is everybody. It determines our number of representatives and also how the federal funds are distributed. Elisa.
Thank you, Wanda. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. It has been a fun time, but let's talk about all the important stuff too. So Arlington receives around $50 million annually from federal assistance programs that rely on data derived from the census. So that's really important for everyone to know. This is why it's so important for people to get counted. We won't get our share of the federal funds that we deserve unless everyone in the community is counted. So that includes things like Section 8 housing choice vouchers, the National School Lunch Program, highway planning and construction, transit funding, medical assistance programs, and supplemental nutrition assistance programs, or SNAP, formerly known as food stamps. And this chart here on the slide tells you a little bit about how much money comes through each of these programs. And like I said, this is really important because Arlington's growing, and we need to know how much we're growing and how much funding we're going to get and how much we deserve to get, not only in 2020, but for the next 10 years. Because the decision, or the count that happens each decennial census is what determines the amount of federal funding that happens for the following 10 years until the next census. So Wanda mentioned hard to count populations. Nationally, it's estimated that 40% of the country is hard to count. So, I mean, nearly half, right? So that's a lot of people. And Arlington certainly has those populations as well. So the number one most, across the country, the highest and the most difficult to count group is children under 5, actually, which most people don't realize. But in Arlington, we also have, said these are the whole hard to count, many of the hard to count populations. But obviously we do have young children under 5. We have non-English speakers. We have undocumented folks. We have millennials. We have a lot of renters. These are all people that are challenging to count. And as Wanda said, we're really putting a hard emphasis on making sure that we really reach out to these communities and make sure that they're adequately counted where they live. And I'll emphasize that as well, as Wanda said. It's where you spend most of your time. Where you are physically on April 1, 2020 is where people should be counted. So whether they're in college and they're in their dorm, whether they're adult child living home with their parents, whether they're a renter, wherever they live on count day, official count day, which is April 1, 2020, is where they should be counted. And same thing for children born on or before April 1, 2020. They should be counted even if they were born the day before the count. They got to be counted because they're going to be there for the next 10 years.
And for the first time, the households will be able to respond online, by phone, or by mail. The first round of invitations to participate online will be mailed out to arrive between March 12th and March 20th. And the questionnaire will be available in 12 languages and in English, online and by phone. Paper copies are only in English and Spanish, but the other 12 languages are available online or by phone. Then there'll be 59 language guides. So for all the other, not all the other languages, but for 59 other languages, there will be guides. So it's a way of being able to explain the questionnaire, but it's not actually printed in those other 59 languages. It's also available American Sign Language, Braille, and large print. Paper copies will be mailed in April to households who have not yet responded. And the census will begin sending enumerators out to non-responders knocking on their doors. So what we really want to emphasize is self-response early, getting people to go online. And we've got an effort we're pulling together to make sure that there are places people can go and people that can help them, people to respond.
So one of the things we know people are very concerned about is safety and confidentiality. It can be a little scary, I think, to have somebody knock on your door sometimes. So we want to emphasize that the law requires that the Census Bureau keep everyone's information completely confidential. That information is locked down for 72 years after it's collected. By law, your responses cannot be used against you by any government agency or court in any way, and that's enforceable by jail time or huge fines. And Census Bureau employees are actually required to comply with this for life. So even after they leave the Census Bureau, they must keep your information confidential. We want people to know the Census Bureau will never ask for your full Social Security number. They will never ask for your bank or your credit card account numbers. They won't ask for money. They won't ask for donations. They will not ask anything on behalf of a political party, and they will not be texting or emailing people. So it's mail. You know, you'll see the postcard come in your mailbox, as Wanda mentioned. Hopefully people will go online and fill it out, or they'll call and fill it out, or they'll request a paper form, but they're not gonna email or text you. And like I said, it's all confidential, and we really, really wanna emphasize that because we know people are, have some concerns about it. So that's kind of the broad strokes on a lot of what's happening on the census. And so we wanna give you a little bit of information about what we've been doing here in Arlington with our Complete Count Committee. We've been rocking and rolling since April 1 of this year, so there's been a lot of time and a lot of activities. We do have one of the most diverse committees in the county. I agree with Mark, and it's been wonderful to have folks from all over the county representing all kinds of different groups. So we have 42 members, as Wanda mentioned. We've done 60 outreach events, including the Arlington County Fair was basically all census themed. We just took that place over. It was great. We've had 4 special newsletter editions from the Arlington County publications. We have a very close partnership with Arlington Public Schools to do statistics in schools and other programming like that, including having a couple of high school students on the Complete Count Committee. We have 200 posters in buildings all over the county, county board proclamations that you all have made, website updates, partner toolkit, all kinds of materials, and we're working closely with our partners all across the region to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts and that we're sort of building on everything that everyone else is doing, and making sure that whatever communications that the Census Bureau is putting out or that other jurisdictions are putting out, that we're borrowing and using, and then whatever we're doing here in Arlington, that they can use it as well.
Great. And so we now have recruited over 200 organizations to be census partners with us to help us recruit and get the word out and serve as trusted advisors and trusted partners. And we're hoping that they can get out to all their networks, whether it's churches, schools, neighborhood stores, health centers, community centers. The apartment building owners have been very supportive as well in the affordable housing organizations and nonprofits in terms of being partners that have extensive networks to help us, especially with the hard-to-count populations. And we're also using census tracts to prioritize our hard-to-count census tracts. And once the census season starts, we'll be able to see the response rates in real time, which will help us to target outreach efforts in different parts of the county.
And if anyone has any curiosity now, the census has all these maps online, and you can target down to the census tract level to figure out where you live or other communities that you frequent in Arlington, what the count looks like. So the demographic tools and the information that they have is pretty extensive and pretty cool. So we have been in kind of the public education, general public education phase, just raising awareness that the count's coming, wearing our buttons, handing them out everywhere, distributing materials left, right, and center. But we're moving into, in January 1, sort of the pre-count phase. We're actively working to get organized to do more public education, media outreach, GOTC, Get Out the Count events, as Wanda mentioned. We'll be having them all over the county that either we sponsor or our partners sponsor. Could be, you know, in a community center, set up a bunch of computers that people can come in and answer their census form online and have a party. There's all kinds of events that are going to happen like that. Have, again, statistics in schools, as we mentioned before, and just make sure that we're really emphasizing that because youth, especially kids under 5 or so, are hard to count. We'll have count zones, count events, and the link is on the bottom pretty much of every one of these slides if folks want to see what kind of events are going on and what are planned. But to give you a little bit more detail in terms of what our key milestone dates are and the events we already have planned. So we are partnering with Volunteer Arlington on MLK Day to do a massive day of service, which they always plan anyway. And so working on census stuff will be a big part of that. So we'll be doing outreach to businesses in the hardest to count census tracts and have worked to identify 44 or 45 of those tracts that will sort of hand packets out to volunteers, and they're going to go and do business outreach. If anybody wants to get involved, we strongly encourage you and invite you to come 9 to 3, starting at WNL on MLK Day. And then as we lead up to census count season, on March 3rd is the primary elections, and so we're working to reach out to the parties to hopefully be able to share and distribute some census information, as well as all the information they'd be distributing in terms of the elections with stickers, buttons, flyers. And then as soon as the primary elections are done, we're really starting our boots on the ground phase. We don't want to confuse people with the primary elections and count season because they are different in a lot of different ways. So on March 7th, we'll be having a big event to do boots on the ground, do the median signs, replace the primary ones with census ones, do a lot of different locations, and really start blanketing people to let them know, because as Wanda said, the postcards will be in the mail within the next week. And as they start seeing the postcards, we want them to understand what they're seeing is legitimate mail from the U.S. Census. They should complete their census form online. And then you can see March 12th through 20th, that's when the invitations will arrive. And then April 1 is official census day. And so we're talking about how to do kind of a take a break for census, have the whole, like the Arlington County government take them, a couple of hours to let people, and other businesses to let people fill out their census form, like right then, just get it done. Do metro and bus stops, school stuff, all kinds of stuff. And then finally, every week after that, as Wanda said, with the Rome map, so we're able to see who's coming, with what responses are coming in, so we can start to target the harder to count tracks, places where responses aren't coming in, and really get out the word there. So, to wrap things up, we have 105 days until the 2020 census, and lots of exciting stuff going on, and we welcome everyone, thank you, Bryna, to get involved with us, to come to count events, to sign up as partners, and ask any questions that you have. Let's make sure everyone in Arlington gets counted.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Sounds like people are fired up. Any comments, Mr. DeFerranti?
Just a big thank you for all the work. I've been to one of the complete count team meetings. I feel like an R-Rita is appropriate from Miss Bryna in the room, Miss Helfer. But I also, it's so important, and I have a follow-up that I need to do to make sure that there's one other population that we reach out to. And so I just because not every second are we working on this, this is so important to make sure those in need particularly are helped. So thank you so much for what you're doing.
Ms. Crystal.
Just wanted to say a huge thank you to our two co-chairs. As you both mentioned, this is by far the most diverse group of Arlingtonians I've ever seen come together to work on a common cause. The positivity, the energy, the creativity and brainstorming that is happening in all of these meetings, I think is really the best of our community. And we need the best of our community to take on this big task. So we are so lucky to have you both. And I just wanted to commend you and thank you. I know the work is only just beginning, but you all have been at it for quite a few months already, and we really do appreciate you both.
Thank you.
All right. Excellent. Mr. Schwartz. And thank you, Ms. Pierce and Ms. Ortiz.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have our annual report on our CAFR, which is our comprehensive annual financial report. And joining me today is Rahul Bala, who's our county controller. He's also joined by Maria Meredith. And we have the pleasure of having Krista Edoff here, who is a partner at the Government Services Group at Cherry Beckert, our outside auditor. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rahul to start the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to present the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or CAFR, for financial year 2019. This report identifies the county's financial position and financial activities over the 12 months ended on June 30th, 2019. The county's financial statements have been audited by Cherry Beckard, and Ms. Krista Adolph, the partner, is here today. I'm happy to report that the county has again received an unmodified or clean opinion, which is the best possible opinion, from the auditors. This audit gives assurance that the county books have been kept in conformity with governmental, generally accepted accounting principles and demonstrates compliance with applicable legal and contractual provisions. I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the staff of the accounting division, some of whom are present here, and who contributed to the preparation of the report. Present here are, and please stand up and be recognized, Barbara Wiley, Linda Maddox, and Hatim Reda. Thank you very much. My sincere thanks also to all other departments in the county who contributed to the preparation of the CAFR. I will now turn this over to Krista Adolph to take us through the CAFR. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the County Board, and all others in attendance today, I am pleased to be here to present the results of the June 30, 2019 audit of the financial statements. So the audit is a little more in depth than just an audit of those financial statements. We're also tasked with auditing your compliance with state laws and regulations and federal grant compliance. Included with the county audit is also the audit of the Arlington Public Schools. And so I just wanted to bring that to your attention as well. So the audit does really consist of testing the significant balances and transactions that are included within those financial statements. In addition to that, ensuring that the significant estimates that are included in those financial statements are audited, looking at the underlying assumptions, making sure management's philosophies and methodologies are appropriate. And in addition, in conducting our audit, we're also tasked with gaining an understanding of your internal control environment, really to assist us in the design of the audit. We do not issue a separate opinion on the internal control environment. However, if in the conduct of our understanding or testing, items do come to our attention where you might have a significant deficiency in the internal control environment, we do have to report that to you. In addition, the compliance audits require us to test your compliance with those laws, regulations, and grant agreements, and we're required to present any non-compliance with those laws, regulations, or grant agreements to you as well. So I am pleased to report that we did have an unmodified opinion that is a clean opinion on the financial statements, as well as on our audits of the compliance with government auditing standards and the uniform grant guidance. So as Mr. Bala mentioned to you, those are clean audits. That is the best result you would hope for in an audit. So additionally, I'm pleased to tell you we did not identify any material weaknesses in your internal control environments. Also, we did not have any matters of non-compliance when it comes to government auditing standards or over your grant compliance. When we tested the requirements of cities, counties, and towns put out by the Auditor of Public Accounts of the Commonwealth in Virginia, we did identify 3 matters of non-compliance, one relating to the conflicts of interest forms just being timely filed or filed in completion, and then we had 2 findings related to the Virginia Department of Social Service requirements related to terminated users of those systems. It's required to be terminated within 3 days, so we noted several that were not terminated within the requirement, and then also just making sure each person's access to those systems is reviewed on an annual basis. So those are 3 findings from last year that management is working with the department to ensure a corrective action plan on. That essentially concludes the results of the audit, and I'd be happy to take any questions you had.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the board? Thank you very much. It's always good to get this clean report, and we appreciate digging into the full document, but thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Bala.
Okay, so appreciate that. That's always a great news to get. Real quickly, I'm going to hand this, I think you all saw an earlier version, but I am pleased to present to the board the Arlington County Government 2019 Annual Report, and it highlights some of our most notable achievements, and we've done a lot accomplished by our great public servants. It's over 70 pages, and it is a summary. It doesn't cover everything that we did, but it covers most of what we did. So I will hand that here to Mr. Gutschall, and he can pass them down. And is currently online. If you go to the county website and go to departments and click on County Manager, it's at the bottom of that page, and I encourage people to take a look at it and let us know if they have any questions. Okay. Next. Magically, Jen Fioretti is going to reappear, along with Farzeen Farzad. Both are members of the Arlington Racial Equity Cohort that's working with the Council of Governments. And as I've stated before, each month I'm inviting 2 of the members of the cohort to come and provide an update on all the work they're doing. And I always look forward to it because I have no idea what's going to be said. So everybody, here's Farzeen to start us off on the presentation.
Thank you to the chairman and members of the board here. So I'm going to go through and do a quick update on what we've discussed so far in our racial equity cohort, which is organized by the Government Alliance on Race Equity. We've been periodically meeting once a month, and so far we've had 5 sessions with the group, one of which was a breakout session on a particular topic of interest. There are 4, which I'll get to in a minute, called Deep Dives. We've also met several times on our own with our own Arlington group to kind of debrief and take the information that we're learning and be able to repeat it and normalize the language around it, and eventually do our, quote, assigned homework that we've been assigned every time. So GARE, the Government Alliance on Race Equity, has developed a framework for how we're operating and how we're on this educational journey. It stands on 3 pillars. The pillars are normalize, organize, and operationalize, and I'll go through each of those and how they fit into what we're learning here. So the normalize part is basically we're normalizing the terminology, the history of race inequity, basically in the country, and applying that to our specific jurisdiction. We're normalizing the narratives, the discussions around housing discrimination, discriminatory practices in the highway system, access to capital, public safety, health outcomes. Another thing that we're normalizing, another discussion topic, is why we're specifically leading with race and why race is at the center of this entire cohort. Yet another thing is our discussion around the fact that this is not an initiative, meaning that there is no endpoint. It is billed as a cultural shift or a mindset shift. So one of the things that we've heard that I find particularly interesting, one of the phrases is, this is forever work. So this is going to be how we're doing things from now on, which I think is absolutely wonderful. And the reason for that is that race inequity is built into so many institutions, and to be able to kind of deconstruct structural racism, which is a massive undertaking, we have to have this mindset. The other pillar, organize, is about capacity building. It's not only building the internal infrastructure to do this work, and we have our racial cohort as it is, which is great, but it's also developing a more inclusive network of community stakeholders to be able to hear the voices required to do the racial equity work. And so we have to understand that we are deconstructing legacy systems and creating a new system. So the community has to be able to participate and can inform us so we understand what we're missing when we're making decisions. The last pillar is operationalize, and that's essentially the doing part. This involves envisioning outcomes, it's gathering the data, it's engaging the community, and it's developing and implementing those strategies to achieve those equitable outcomes. In order to do this, GARE has developed what they refer to as a racial equity tool, which is a 6-step iterative process that will help us shape information gathering and decision-making processes to ensure that we're leading with equity. So we have equity in the front line. These 3 pillars, they're cyclical, there's no endpoint, it's a consistent process. And throughout this process, at the heart of it, we're visualizing very bold initiatives. So we have to be very bold and innovative and experimental in our approach. Because, I mean, the system of structural racism has a very, very long legacy, and we can't do it without having these bold approaches. So I'll go through and go through our deep dive sessions. We had 4 of them. That was transportation, public safety, equitable development, and governing for equity. And like I said, we've only had 1 of these sessions so far, and the majority of our discussions have continued to be around these normalizing of this language, of the correct racial equity terminology, so we're all on the same page, we're all able to sort of repeat and have these conversations with our own teams. The transportation group obviously spoke about transportation. They received some background on how transportation policies and choices create or exacerbate inequities, how land use decisions are inextricable from transportation, and how both affect wealth and opportunity. And there were a few specific topics that they kind of delved into. One of them was the history of sitting in interstates and how interstates have been at the center of separating and segregating communities of color. They've also discussed automobile-centric transportation, which also has racialized outcomes and disproportionately affect Black and brown people of color. The public safety group, again, first time, but they continue to normalize these conversations around race. One of the central topics was why the county should consider race and racial disparities as key factors that inform racial equity work or equity work. And they had a little bit of a homework assignment, which was to take all of these conversations that they're learning and be able to kind of repeat and regurgitate the information to their teams at work and try it at home as well. So nice conversations around the Thanksgiving dinner table there. So some of the more specific things that they discussed was the need to have conversations around the history of racialized policing and the history of policing, the officer experience, the burnout that results from being a first responder in a justice system that contributes to racialized outcomes, the emotional labor resulting from too few officers of color being able to speak to the realities of how policing is experienced by communities of color. The equitable development group focused more so on housing and redlining and the use of racialized practices in zoning. So they explored and attempted to find a better understanding of the history of racial inequity and impacts as it applies to land use and zoning in specifically countrywide, but specifically applying to Arlington County. And they themselves had a homework assignment, which was to look at the zoning map of Arlington to kind of see if there was any of these practices in the past. And the last group, which I'm a part of, was the Governing for Equity group, which is sort of more of a catch-all for everything else, but there were a lot of HR practitioners such as myself. Again, we had great conversations around racial equity, how we're going to go about this work, the holistic approach required to dismantle legacy systems of structural racism. One of the key takeaways that I found was interesting was we talked about how to build a culture of debriefing, a debrief culture to be able to take that information and be able to repeat that information that we're learning about race equity. And we also had homework, which was to identify one area that we think we can have impactful, meaningful work, and to begin to start working on that over the next 3 to 6 months and learn to build the capacity around that so we can do that work. So that concludes my section, and I'll turn it over to Jennifer if she has any addition.
So, so just to highlight, while we are just beginning this journey, we're starting to learn about the racial equity tool that we'll need to apply to our policies and processes. And while the education of that will bring forward some more details in the future, and those details will be later, certainly, one thing that we took away was this, that it's not just for staff to do the work, it's also for our top leadership and the community. And so as part of what we're going to be learning, it's also how to communicate what we're learning to the public, to not only bring them along, but help them to use the same tools that we are going to be given.
Thank you both very, very much. I'm really pleased to hear the structured, what sounds to be comprehensive and thoughtful approach that GARE is taking, and the engagement of you both principally, but it sounds like the entire team in it seems robust and sincere. I couldn't be more thrilled. So thank you for that report. Vice Chair Garvey.
Sure, thank you. And I want to thank you too. It's a little bit the same, I'm having the same impression as I did with the biophilia. This is something, I've been working on a long time, the civil rights era and all of that, and kind of not getting real far. And basically realizing, because it's in the water we drink and the air we breathe, and we're just totally unaware of it in many ways. And I'm also realizing we were briefed on the housing issues, and realizing that how helpful it would be for people to understand how we got to where we are in housing is to understand how we got the history, which of course leads into Arlington at 100. And one of the things we're trying to do is have each month is going to kind of focus on an issue, focus on housing and things, and we're certainly looking at the African American experience here. But I think more and more we should maybe stick together, because I think for people to understand how much is part of the water we drink and the air we breathe is to understand the history. And I still learn stuff and I'm like, whoa, and I think I'm pretty informed, but So I think that I'm hoping actually that Arlington at 100 can really be helpful, and our goal is to do the first 9 months or so. We've got sort of set kind of programs and things we're doing, and the theme is looking both ways, so looking back and looking forward, and very much hoping the last couple of months actually are going to be looking, what does this indicate for moving forward? And so maybe we could even get together, or maybe come to one of our meetings. We'll talk offline about that. But I think the whole effort could be very helpful. It's becoming clearer and clearer to me that it's so important to understand your history and how you got to where you are if you're going to make some changes moving forward. And so this is exciting work, definitely taking to the next level, which we got to do because we haven't been getting this very far very fast lately. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal.
Thank you for this update. It's in addition to the content being so interesting, it's very cool to see staff in learning mode. I know that you're often put on the spot of having to be experts, so I'm so glad you guys have this opportunity and can share it with us. And really appreciated the substance of your comments. I think you could tell they were resonating with us. I wanted to ask a question, actually. Ms. Fioretti, as you were wrapping up, you mentioned the kind of aha moment that this needed to bring in leadership in the community. And so I am really excited about that idea as well. And I wondered if you have any thoughts about kind of how to make that concrete, or this was a realization at this point in the cohort, and you'll maybe have more to come about that piece of community engagement from here on out.
So what we've learned so far, so there's 6 steps to the racial equity tool. And while it's only one step, the community engagement process is a very big one. And so what they've shared with us is, as we identify a particular policy, and in fact, we have to come up with a pilot project that as a county we will work on. And the idea being that they will be part of the conversation and part of the solution. So they have shared with us the IAP2 spectrum as a tool, of course, to engage the community. We have our own 6-step guide to public engagement, which we can also lean upon. But in terms of getting out and engaging with the community, the typical night meetings, that sort of thing, isn't going to work. And so we're going to have to get creative in reaching out to all people, including people of color, in order to provide wholesome solutions to our processes. So no real detail, but once we identify a pilot project, then we'll work on creating this engagement plan.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. DeFerenti.
Thank you much for the presentation. The first thought, Ms. Fioretti, Ms. Crystal was just asking about the broader community. As you described senior leaders, I think probably all of us would say, in addition to the community piece, there's those of us on the dais, and sign me up and sign us up if there are things that you think we should, suggestions that come out of this work that we should be doing. I was actually having a conversation yesterday with a community member about this, and I do think it's always important to note that the history of our difficult history on race involves multiple races, having worked on Native American issues, our Latino community, and of course, African American community, but there's a broad spectrum of what we haven't done as well as we could have. And then the last is just maybe for follow-up with colleagues afterwards. I'm looking forward to next year with, have equity having been the start of the Chair's Initiative. I'm looking forward to next year how we can operationalize the next steps that we can take. And so that will mean working on hunger for me, but it'll, I also want to think with each of you about how I might partner with you to sort of carry on that work. I don't know, Ms. Fioretti, it looks like you, Mr. Chair, she may have some thoughts.
So I think in general, yes, we can work together. I think that the value of having this racial equity tool is that it helps us walk through important steps to make sure that we're not missing it. So we're looking at A, identifying what type of result do we want, and then B, what does the data tell us? So we need everyone involved in that conversation to mine the data and then understand what it really is, creating what it's really saying, doing a root cause analysis. And then also coming up with strategies to address these issues. These are complex issues that we're grappling with. There's not necessarily a simple solution, so having everyone at the table. So yes, we will absolutely have the conversation. We need all heads around the room to make it work.
Well said. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So hang in there. We only have 3 very large items left. First, I'm going to, and William Jones, I think, he was here. William and Lynn Rivers. Oh, here they come. Here comes Lynn and William, along with Dennis Leach. They're going to provide an update to the board on the current art service performance and, more importantly, the transition to a new contract provider, which is going to happen in less than 2 weeks on December 29th. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jones, who will talk a little bit about the contract and what we can expect. And then Lynn and Dennis are also here to provide information if you have questions. So, Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Schwartz, Chairman Dorsey, members of the County Board. Here to share with you some information and where we are in terms of art service. As Mr. Schwartz mentioned, we're in the process of transition from one service provider to another, and I'll speak on them in just a second. But just wanted to share with you all in terms of service performance, we're starting to see improvement in terms of service in respect to ridership. So far to date, this fiscal year, we have experienced a 6.7% increase in ridership in comparison to fiscal year 2019 at the end of November. And so things are looking well in terms of improvement in ridership. The springtime or last quarter of last fiscal year, we also started to see increases in ridership in comparison to the previous fiscal year. We've also seen improvements in service efficiency, looking at service effectiveness in terms of the trips that were completed. We're starting to see improvement there in terms of where we are this year in comparison to last year. Also, we're looking at the number of actual service hours that were provided by our provider. We're starting to see improvement there as well. In terms of on-time performance, we are experiencing some challenges there in looking at the previous fiscal year and as well as this year. Some of the challenges that we're facing are dealing with construction zones that are causing service delays during peak and midday weekday times as bus routes travel through various construction zones. Also, one of the other challenges that we're looking at in terms of evaluating this measure, early departures are not considered on time for ART bus services. Some of the strategies that we are looking into and working with the current and new provider is to review bus travel times on each of the routes between the times of day, particularly on the weekday, to see where improvements can be made there. And we're looking at the prospect of possible schedule changes to take place in early fiscal year 2021.
I'm
So,
so sorry
Mr.
to
Jones,
interrupt
yeah,
you.
colleagues have a question about the table
I'm trying
before we move
to
on.
make more sense of the table here. So when I look at this is just such an important figure. I want to make sure I've got it right. Annual total versus prior year. So our performance is 73% OTP now. It's not 73% of last year's performance. Well, our on-time performance year to date, fiscal 20, is 73%.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
In 19, it was better.
Yes, it was 77%, close to 78% this time last year.
And while we're talking and have a break, how many early departures do we do? Those bother me more than being late because people get stranded and left. Do you know?
Looking at the past couple of months, we have averaged between 15 and 17% of the departures being early. Our on-time performance measure is 0 minutes to 5 minutes is considered on time. So from that perspective, we have to look at a variety of reasons as to why and
So
try to evaluate
I just
that.
wanted to say something here because I think, it's maybe blindingly obvious, but we haven't stated it. One of the reasons why we are moving to a new contractor is the current contractor. As you can see with this, sure, we've had construction and early departures, but at its base, we have not been providing the kind of service that Arlingtonians are used to or what they should get.
Right.
So
And I think the
that's really-
situation had gotten, and I really, thank you, and thank you for bringing that up, because I think, I'm sorry, I didn't realize quite how much improvement we could use. Thank you.
Okay. So to talk about the new provider, Transit Bureau has selected First Transit, which is a Cincinnati, Ohio-based company, as the new service provider for ART bus service. As Mr. Schwartz mentioned, they'll be starting in less than 2 weeks on December 29th, and will be responsible for the administration, operations, and maintenance of the ART bus service. First Transit currently is the contract service provider for OmniRide's local and regional service, which is based out of Prince William County, and they manage more than 300 contracts within the U.S., Canada, Panama, and Puerto Rico. This contract is set for a 5-year base period with 5 one-year extension options should the county choose to accept. And as we mentioned, they're replacing the current service provider, National Express, who's been the service provider since 2009. As a part of this new switch, we're also looking at enhanced performance measures going into this fiscal year, and particularly with the new service provider contract. There'll be a total of 27 measures that will be used to monitor their performance based upon the items that you see. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Okay. So there's about a total of 190 staff will be on this particular contract, which represents a deepening of staff resources at all levels to deliver reliable service. So there'll be individuals that will be monitoring the service area to help provide information that can help improve on-time performance, one of the things that needs, measure that needs to be improved. In addition to that, we have additional staff that'll be supporting the operations on a day-to-day basis, as well as the maintenance of the fleet on a day-to-day basis. Starting on December 29th, riders should see operators in new uniforms, new supervisor vehicles. We're also going to be introducing to the service 14 new 35-foot buses. These buses are replacing the small body-on chassis buses that have been in operation for about the past 7 years. And some new faces, as the new provider has brought in some external hires in terms of operations and maintenance that will serve on the team as well. And as I mentioned ahead of time, we'll be using a new set of performance measures to monitor contract performance, and those indicators are related to service delivery, customer service, emphasis on maintenance, safety, reporting requirements as well. and those additional measures will be tracked to provide overall health and service performance.
Thank you very much. We have time for a couple questions. So with this, ultimately, if those new KPIs, if the contractor fails to perform according to contract, what are our options? What would happen?
There are a series of what we call deductions that would be removed as part of paying any invoices to the provider on a monthly basis.
Okay. And is there a certain threshold of KPI performance that they could reach that would allow us to terminate the contract, for example? Is there, I guess what I'm saying is there a way out if things got as bad as they got with the former provider?
Yes. As part of those measures, we'll look at them not only monthly, but on an annual basis to determine if there are any remedies that can be rectified, and if not, there are provisions in place where we will be able to remove them from providing the service.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gutschall.
I guess it's a little bit of a follow-up on that. I mean, greatly appreciate the update here, and that we are hopefully looking forward to new service provider and restoring the level of service and getting back to the way that we, as Mr. Schwartz said, the way that it should be. And so the question, I guess, is, we were with National Express since 2009, I believe was in your slide. Do we have any sense of what happened? And the reason why I'm asking, not to dissect all of the hows and whys and what happened in the past is now the past, other than to understand that if there were things that were happening sort of structurally in the labor market and otherwise, and in terms of the cost structures and all that, and so how do we have confidence that this new contract is going to fundamentally be the fix? In other words, that there wasn't a larger problem that the contract cannot on its own fix, or maybe the contract is structured in a completely different way or something like that.
And absolutely, the contract is structured in a different way. We have more performance measures in the contract to monitor and to measure the provider. A number of things happened over those 10 years, and in this industry, you'll find that after you'll probably get really, really good service the first half of your contract, and then things tend to change. And it shouldn't be that way,
Right.
but unfortunately it does. And so over time, there were issues with manpower, being able to provide the type of service, even maintaining the vehicles. So those issues over time, and as well as the way the contract was structured, led to how we ended up with the service that we did.
Sure. And then another line of question, if you don't mind, is are there things, have we identified
Probably some provision.
on the county side, things that we were or were not doing that were maybe contributing to a degradation of the level of service? And I'm thinking of some things about the coordination with, for example, with DES and understanding when there's repaving, and so buses need to be rerouted, and is that getting, the message getting to the contractor in the right way so that they can reroute buses? And also, recently, a constituent has been, I get an email about once a week on an update on what's happening at the Pentagon City metro station at the bus terminal there, and how, food truck operators are parking or not food truck, but other vendors, like street vendors, are right on the sidewalk, right where people are supposed to be waiting for the buses. And those sidewalks are already very narrow because of construction in the area. So those kinds of things. So generally speaking, have we identified things that we're going to take on the county, we're going to take on the county side to do our part to make sure the service is all that it can be?
Sure. Some of what you talk about is really street operations, and transportation and police meet every month, and we go through a whole list of things that we work on together. I think one of the emerging challenges that we have as we continue to urbanize is curbside management. For our bus service, both Metro Bus and ART, we need to keep the bus stops clear. We need to keep the travel lanes clear. One of the things that we are doing very early in the new year is meeting with the transportation network companies to have that discussion about trying to get their operations to work better with our streets. But this is an ongoing thing. It's a thing that we have to continue to work on, and certainly it's our duty to communicate with our contractor when there are disruptions in the street network, so that they can respond.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate this presentation. I know we've had a lot of conversations along the way. I'm certainly hopeful, as it sounds like we have good reason to be, that this change in operator will lead to a change in our performance. I'm also heartened to hear that they have the contract for OmniRide, which I know is generally pretty valued by its riders. So that is good to know. One question is just it's sort of to get maybe a little more granular on something Mr. Gutschall was asking, which is basically how we're going to avoid ending up in the same situation that we did with our previous operator. So from my understanding of the old contract, the idea that we can now assess penalties for kind of failure to perform in regular invoices seems like a new provision in the contract. Without getting too into the weeds of procurement, can you share any other sort of lessons learned from the experience in the prior contract that we think we've done a better job of writing into expectations with First Transit to make sure they won't go forward?
Sure. One of the lessons learned between what we're doing or what we're preparing to do versus the previous contract is a look at and ensuring that there's constant management and oversight, and also doing the performance and working in collaboration to receive those reports in a timely fashion, and then being able to evaluate and hold accountable to each measure. Each measure does have a performance line to gain, and it also has an amount or a line that basically says if you do not meet this measure, that there are consequences associated with each. So we're looking forward to working with them to ensure that they're able to meet the needs of the service.
Do you think we have the appropriate amount of dedicated staff within the Transit Bureau to do that management and oversight of the contract? It sounds like I was encouraged to hear that they're plussing up considerably more dedicated staff resources on the operator's side, but on our side to make sure exactly as you were just indicating that we are following up to make sure we're receiving the regular reports and so forth.
So yes, we are actually looking at adding a person that will actually do more oversight for maintenance, since that's where we were seeing a lot of our issues. We have had someone who has been involved in doing that, but having someone, a maintenance expert, to actually be on our staff to provide that oversight would be very helpful.
Thank you very much. I mean, I think the proof will ultimately be in the service and hitting our OTP targets in particular, but I am heartened that we've learned our lesson and tried to build on it. The only other question I had was just that you all mentioned the new ART buses, 14 5-foot buses are coming on. Wait, that can't be right.
35.
35-foot. That's a very small bus. Those are our investments, isn't that correct? Okay, so that's not with the operator, that's per our CIP. Okay, that's helpful to know as well. And I know that's part of our ongoing conversation about getting to a day when those buses are powered by renewable energy sources. So that work continues. Thank you very much. Appreciate the work.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They just say CNG.
It's
not clean.
Stands for compressed, not clean. It used to say clean.
Okay.
There's no word clean on it.
All right. I want to thank everybody. I would also remind the board, you'll have another opportunity to talk about this new contract when we are looking at the fiscal 21 budget, because the cost of this contract, I mean, the industry has changed a lot over the last 10 years, and to recruit drivers and to get the staff, the underlying cost has increased about 50% from where we were 10 years ago. So just to put that all in perspective. So you'll hear more about that. But I want to thank everybody on the team.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. DeFerranti.
Just real quickly, I want to thank Mr. Manager, but also the presentation, very much appreciated. I am going to take every bus in the county before April of next year, and I am going to want to know I'm thrilled about the change to new contractor, and I will, of course, follow up on the length of the buses and the clean that is on some of the buses. Thanks.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, that actually brought up a question. So is there, I'm guessing then part of the problem was over 10 years, they were still getting paid the same amount.
Well, I mean, their amounts went up based on a contractually agreed formula, but I think that both Lynn and Dennis can tell you some of the challenges about recruiting drivers.
Yeah, oh, no, I
and
totally
maintaining a
understand.
fleet, that sometimes you have a contract that doesn't provide the proper incentives either to perform, and we sometimes see the results of that.
No, that's exactly my point. So I assume this one has those
Mhm.
built in. It's a little better. You can see how we got to where we are. Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so next up. I'm
As
gonna-
Ms. Rivers and Mr. Jones know, I'll be a daily reporter on the performance on the 41 trunk line, so don't worry.
Yes. We. Next up, I wanted to give a report to the board and also to the community on the Arts and Industry District Advisory Committee. And so that committee is up and running with a kickoff meeting on December 9th and is co-chaired by Mary Margaret Schoenfeld of the Economic Development Commission and Felicia McPhail from the Commission on the Arts. And just to remind everybody that this committee is looking at the Arts and Industry District, which was one of the next steps we had in implementing the 4 Mile Run Valley Area Plan. And so the plan had talked about a creative arts business confluence around 3700 South 4 Mile Run Drive, and potentially, hopefully, once we have some seeds sown there, it could grow into an arts and industry district. So in the first phase, what we've already done is we had a technical panel get together and put together 6 alternative models. And now we're going to engage the broader community through this committee to take a look at those models and offer thoughts on that. They're going to report back in March, and I know that Katie Crystal is our county board liaison. She had the pleasure of attending that meeting on December 9th. And there's a lot more information on our website. So that was just a brief summary. I don't know, Ms. Crystal, if you wanted to add anything?
No, just that I appreciate the staff work and the work of our co-chairs in particular. I think are well selected and bring a great mix of perspectives on what really is a pairing of economic development and the arts. Ms. McPhail in particular, as an artist herself in the neighborhood, I think will be great insights. Just to note, maybe one additional thing is that there certainly is some sensitivity that we're all aware of about why this work might be necessary. When we did have the work of the committee, or rather a subcommittee of the 4 Mile Run Valley Working Group, and I think there's been some thoughtful analysis done about the economic realities and the tensions of trying to encourage certain creative reuses while at the same time protecting all of the existing businesses. And there was a need to really explore some economic modeling, land use scenarios, and so forth. And that is exactly what this group will do. So I think it is work deeply inspired by, covered with the fingerprints of that SNAKE subcommittee, and hopefully a group of folks supported by some staff leads who can launch that idea into reality.
Thank you.
All right, so next up, I'm going to invite Richard Tucker out here to join us. As we've had a lot of conversations since the kickoff of Housing Arlington earlier this year, and one of the major pieces of work that lies ahead of us is to do the missing middle study. And so Richard will talk a little bit about how we're going to work with the community over the next few months to develop a scope of study. And also, Richard is going to provide a summary of those conversations that took place. There were 3 of them in October and November. And so, Mr. Tucker, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to try and be brief because the county manager told me to be brief, and also because I just noticed that dinner has been delivered. Thanks for that introduction, Mr. Manager. So I'm going to very quickly summarize some of the input that we received from the community conversations, and then talk about the missing middle housing study framework, which provides, we think, some guidance for the process of developing a scope for the missing middle study we'd like to kick off next year. As you know, we had some good conversations with county board members early in the fall with the idea of having conversations with the community, providing some background and understanding about why we should be thinking about Housing Arlington and its sub-elements, talk about some of the concerns around the environment and other things, and really being aspirational and thinking about equity and how housing contributes to the diversity and inclusiveness that is the county's vision. So we initiated these 3 conversations, and I want to thank the board members for, especially Ms. Crystal, for leadership on this issue and volunteering to take part in the 3 conversations. 3 of you volunteered your time to do that, and for other board members, if you would like, we can have some more of them so we can get everybody out there. So just in terms of the outreach that we encountered, we had a great amount of viewership of the 3 events. One of these things is not like the others. A lot of folks.
Dang. Wow.
A lot of interest around the topic of housing and equity. I think there were a number of conversations in the fall timeframe, various organizations sponsoring conversations about equity. So I think that's top of mind right now in the board's resolution on equity. So I think that was very timely to do that, and we had a very good, 3 very good conversations, in fact. And I encourage everyone to tune in on YouTube and check us out. And those conversations that were had. We have developed 1-page summaries of each of those conversations, and they're posted on the Housing Arlington webpage. These are some of the major takeaways. The idea that, the area, because of growth in the area, job growth, and the lack of housing supply, there's a need to plan. The need for creativity to address our environmental concerns, and as well creativity to think about equity and how we can invite more people to participate in this great community we call Arlington. Just for background, looking at the Affordable Housing Master Plan, which is adopted as a comp plan element in 2015, there are a number of elements here, a number of policies related to home ownership, affordable homeownership, new types of housing that would encourage broader participation in the homeownership market, and family size, the need for family size units as well. These are ideas and policies that sort of give birth to the ideas that we need to study for our missing middle study. As well, the county board in 2018 hosted a series of community roundtables, big idea roundtables. 3 ideas that came to the top were protecting Arlington's diversity, which is another way of expressing equity, inclusive housing, and planning is never past tense. And so those, as well as the pressures in the marketplace, understanding that there's a housing shortage, and housing costs are rising, led the county board to launch Housing Arlington in the early part of this year with its 6 sub-initiatives. And since that time, we've had a number of engagements that are listed here. And as well, we've amended the zoning ordinance under land use tools in a number of ways. We've had some engagements under county employee housing under the condo initiative and institutional partnerships as well. That all leads us to this point where we're beginning to think about the missing middle study. So we're preparing for that, and as part of that, we have a framework for the missing middle study we want to discuss with you today and present to you today. We're going to post it on our webpage for everyone to look at. And in the early part of next year, really begin to think about what the scope for this study should be. So I'll talk about that in some detail now. So the purpose of the study is to examine how new housing types and forms could be introduced in Arlington that broaden the range and supply of housing. This study has been talked about for quite a while, and other jurisdictions around the country have tackled this question as well. And there may be some misconceptions about the process that we're going to enter. So I want to just say that what What we hope to do is have a community discussion about how and whether these new housing types can help address the shortage of housing that we have in Arlington. We'll discuss, where those new types could be located, and also, what strategies can be employed to mitigate any negative impacts. And I think we're interested in having that conversation with the community over the next year or two as we come to some jointly held solutions. What this study will not be about, and this is important because I know a lot of folks have given input through various mediums about what this study is about. So we want to be clear that the study is not going to lead to an across-the-board rezoning of all single-family areas. This will not eliminate single-family zoning in Arlington. This is not a process to codify something that we've already considered and developed. This will be an honest conversation with the community, and we're going to ask the community to give us their ideas on this topic. There will not, the goal is not to have high-rises built in incompatible form in our single-family areas. So thinking about the framework itself, there are some key considerations. I think paramount are two things. One is having robust community engagement. So we'll do that in various ways, in-person meetings, online, through the mail, snail mail. We're going to do our best to make sure people are informed about what we're considering, what's being discussed. And our goal is to further the county's diverse and inclusive vision. So thinking about equity again. We want to make sure we understand the existing conditions as we start. How did we get here? What are the on-the-ground conditions in terms of zoning and practices that have led to the land use patterns that we see today, primarily in our single-family areas? And we're going to explore the existing missing middle. There are housing types throughout the county that are of the missing middle type that we'll discuss. We'll show those as well. And then when we get to focus study, we'll look at economic feasibility of any ideas that are generated. We'll analyze where it's appropriate to have those new housing types, study the compatibility of those types within those local settings, and we'll evaluate impacts and benefits, really, of compact development near transit, let's say, and then identify what mitigation strategies may be needed as well. In closing, I want to just mention over the next couple of months, we'll be engaging with advisory boards and commissions on the scope. So probably in mid-January, we'll publish a first draft and go out to the boards and commissions and ask for their input on the draft scope. We'll also do some online engagement with the broader community as well. And hopefully in March, we'll communicate back with the board in terms of what we've heard, a sort of a final draft, and then hopefully have a kickoff for the missing middle study in April. That concludes the presentation. Again, just want to encourage everyone to check out the Housing Arlington webpage for more information about this and all the things that we're doing under Housing Arlington.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Tucker. We're going to have a very big 2020 census, Housing Arlington, Biophilic Network, 100th anniversary, the equity work. We're going to have a lot going on. It's going to be an exciting year. So probably any questions or comments from Mr. Tucker at this time? Ms. Crystal?
Beyond excited about the kickoff of this work and looking forward to more specifics. I think the framework that you've proposed is really helpful. And I want to say in particular, I think we have sometimes gotten ourselves tripped up when we go straight to the zoning tools or even the proposed forms, right? And so the idea of actually taking the time and figuring out what is it that we're trying to solve for in our community, what is absent that we're looking to create the opportunity for is spectacular. And in particular, just wanted to say, viewership totals notwithstanding, that participating in these conversations were terrific. If you haven't already had the opportunity as community members to view these, would definitely commend them to your attention. The opportunity to bring in outside experts in particular was helpful. And I wanted to just especially say, I'm very excited about the summaries and the write-ups and commend Jessica Marguerite and the communications team's efforts around this. I think having some communications experts to join our planning experts is a really auspicious beginning and a partnership that I hope we'll see throughout. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, and I'll just say, we had this, you probably heard the discussion earlier, so you said you might have some volunteers to do more of them, so maybe housing and history. Putting it with maybe we could do something on that. Love to do that, yeah.
All right, Mr. Gutschall.
Yeah, I want to thank you, Mr. Tucker, for the way that you framed it. I think it's important to let the community know not only what we are doing, but actually what we're not, because you hear over and over and over again, oh, are we going to do Minneapolis? And I think it can't be said often enough, we're not going to do Minneapolis, we're going to do Arlington. This is a process to figure out what's going to work for us, because how we grow matters, and I think the way that you've laid it out is very, very helpful.
Great.
Thank you.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just thank you. I'd like to follow up. There's missing middle types, and then there's affordable home ownership, and I'm going to try myself to stick to those two different terms. And I'm just trying to remember, in our affordable housing task force, I believe we set a target with respect to affordable home ownership of 100 new units a year. Is that?
That's correct.
And that'll be looked at again later in the process next year when, okay.
Right, under the Affordable Housing Master Plan review.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Tucker. One note that I just wanted to add that wasn't on the program, which is that I had the opportunity this morning to go to the view of DC, which is actually the observation deck. It had no view of DC because it was completely fogged in. But we honored 50 county employees there for a combined 1,415 years of service. So people got 25, 30, and 35-year pins for their work. So I just wanted to mention that. So to finish us up, we have something I always look forward to. It's our end-of-year video. And 2019 is pretty much in the books. And so as the year goes on, we do a lot of day-to-day activities, and we don't really sometimes pull back and look at the big picture. So I wanted to let everybody know we appreciate everything that everyone accomplished together, and we've made a lot of progress. So for the next, I think, 7 minutes, sit back and relax, and we have, right now, I wanted to present to you Last Year Tonight, 2019.
Welcome to Last Year Tonight in Arlington County with Jerry Solomon. On tonight's show, Jerry is joined by Arlington natives Sandra Bullock and Katie Couric. Here's Jerry.
Wow! Wow! All right. Thank you. Wow, what a great crowd. A special crowd for tonight, for a special show. A couple great guests are joining us as we look back at 2019 in Arlington. It was a busy year in Arlington, that's for sure. Permit Arlington launched. Did you hear about this one?
No,
Did you see this?
I didn't see that.
More than 30 permit types moved to an online permitting system, with more coming next year. Great news for efficiency, but bad news for everyone who likes to wait in line. And remember when we took you inside sanitary sewer relining and showed cameras going into a sewer manhole? Hey, you can't say Arlington County government isn't transparent. Thanks again for joining us tonight. Like I said, we have a big show, and we'll get to it right after these messages.
Tonight on County Board Wrap-Up. County board members will discuss new regulations passed on e-scooters, plus a new mixed-use redevelopment approved for the Harris Teeter site, and the importance of Arlington adopting Vision Zero. Join us after Last Year Tonight.
And welcome back, folks. Here in my hand, I have tonight's list of 11 highlights listed in no particular order. Let's see some of the projects, plans, and facilities completed in 2019. Number 1, Housing Arlington launched with a focus on affordable and missing middle housing. Number 2, the Powhatan Springs Skate Park opened in April with over 16,000 square feet of bowls, snakes, and street zones. Number 3, the Gunston Diamond Field was replaced with synthetic turf, adding nearly 900 new playing hours. Number 4, Arlington Public Library welcomed a pair of Washington Nationals to help celebrate the Summer Reading Challenge. Number 5, Parks and Rec unveiled the newly installed signs named Boeing Fields at Long Bridge Park. Number 6, the county took steps to improve the accessibility, availability, and quality of childcare in the community, part of the Child Care Initiative. Number 7, Arlington Public Schools opened the doors to 5 new schools this year, with several programs moving locations. Number 8, the county board adopted a sweeping update to the community energy plan that sets Arlington on a path to becoming a carbon neutral community by 2050. Number 9, following 4 years of collaborative public engagement, the board approved an updated public spaces master plan. Number 10, Arlington Police launched the 9 p.m. routine to prevent thefts from vehicles and homes. And number 11, Arlington Wallet launched, a new online tool that makes it easier to see how the county spends and receives money.
Tonight's list of highlights in no particular order was brought to you by Trees. Trees, they're good for your wallet.
Now, to help us remember some of the year's best moments, we have 2 very special guests joining us tonight. First up, an Academy Award winner.
Jerry.
What, Pete? What?
Jerry.
What?
I forgot to call her.
You forgot
It's
to call.
okay. It's okay.
You forgot to call Sandra
I've got
Bullock.
her. I've got somebody else.
Who do you have, Pete? The intern?
Hi.
Hi. What? And what's your name?
Tom.
Okay. So since you're here, do you have any county accomplishments to share for 2019?
Oh, wow. I have a bunch. Like, have you seen the new Clarendon Circle? It's, what am I saying? I brought a clip.
You brought a clip? Pete, roll the clip. Thanks, Tim.
Tom.
Okay, let's keep it going. Our next guest is another Arlington icon and has been a TV broadcaster on all Big
I've got
3
to call
networks.
Katie Couric as well.
What? You forgot to call Katie Couric. Forget it, I'll do it myself. Look, folks, it was a very productive year for Arlington County with lots of accomplishments and some true progress. The county's had its lowest office vacancy rate since 2013. BizLaunch reached more than 5,000 entrepreneurs in 2019 through mentorship, counseling, workshops, and networking activities. The Amazon Performance Agreement was finalized, and the county board held a joint work session with Alexandria to publicly discuss how best we can manage the growth we'll likely see as a result of HQ2. And the board approved the first phase of development for Amazon's HQ. The community engagement process resulted in many benefits, including $20 million for affordable housing, the largest cash contribution the county has ever received to date, plus transportation improvements, public art, public space, and energy-efficient buildings. And 2019 saw the board pass an equity resolution committing the county to targets and measures as part of an equity action plan. Arlington also joined the first ever regional learning cohort dedicated to racial equity and equal opportunities for all. In April, the board voted to rename US Route 1 to Richmond Highway. Of course, 2019 wasn't without its challenges. A flash flood in July and November's water main break both tested the patience of our residents while highlighting our community's resilience. Excellent examples of response of county police, fire, and environmental services staff. But as big as 2019 was, 2020 could be even bigger.
Arlington is turning 100 years old. And guess what? The census is coming. Make sure you're counted. And to help celebrate the census, we've got something for each and every one of you. It's the big giveaway, folks. Buttons for everyone. You get a button. You get a button. You get a button.
That concludes my report.
Jerusalem Solomon, everybody. Wow. I have mercy. Pete, Ryan, outstanding. Good job.
Tim.
As the kids say, that was everything. All right. So that's it, Mr. Schwartz?
That is it.
All right. So with that, colleagues, what an appropriate way to end at least the last afternoon portion of our last meeting of the year. I would now like to move us into a closed session. So I therefore move that the county board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2, 3711, A1, 3, 7, and 8 for the following purposes: a personnel matter concerning candidates for appointment by the county board, 2 matters involving the acquisition of real property for public purposes where, if discussed in an open meeting, the board's negotiating strategy and bargaining position would be adversely affected, consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning the terms and conditions of a grant of donated services from the Annie E. Casey Foundation, and consultation with the county attorney and necessary staff concerning the legal bases for the use of public education and government funds obtained from cable TV franchises and the county's support of Arlington independent media. And I have an and, but that's it, right? Oh, and consultation with the county attorney concerning the legal basis for an enforceability of Executive Order 13880. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor? Sorry. Aye. Those opposed? We are now in closed session. I'm telling you. And I will say, for reasonably speaking, no one should expect that the board will be back here before 6:45, but we will try to get ourselves out here as soon as we possibly can. But I don't see before 6:45 as being a possibility.
Christian, do you have the motion?
Got it. Okay. Just waiting for board members. That? I'll read slowly. So I move that members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, that one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Crystal. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Dorsey?
Yes.
Mr. Gutschall?
Yes.
Ms. Garvey? Mr. DeFerranti?
Yes.
Ms. Crystal?
Yes.
Okay. We are back in open session and ready to continue with our evening's agenda. Will our clerk please line up our speakers for items pulled from the consent agenda?
Our first speaker is Jill Fields, followed by Alyssa Cohen.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you for having us. Really, I wanted to come as a representative of the neighborhood. We had really had some limited information about the project. We don't have a currently active community civic association that's sharing information. So I really wanted to, one, ask for consideration for better communication to the neighbors about the project. This project directly abuts our homes by about 25 feet. And there's going to be some material impact to us. And there's already been approvals that we weren't not aware of. So we're just asking for more consideration from a communication standpoint. We also have concerns because right now the county has a moratorium on any parking restrictions, but some of our neighborhood does have it. It's a very small community, and some don't. And so if there's going to be a new construction project, and then there's going to be a new school that does not have one parking spot per employee, we really need to ask that the county address the parking situation because it's already very problematic. And there are other businesses that have been opened in a very residential neighborhood that are impacting our ability to park in front of our own homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Alyssa Cohen, followed by Elizabeth Berard.
Good evening. Nice to see you again.
Good evening.
I'm here
Ms.
representing.
Cowan, you can raise the lectern so that the,
So the tall people can hear?
yeah, there's a button to your right that'll raise the lectern, so that'll make it more comfortable. There we go.
I'm excited. Thank you. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of my son, William Cowan, who owns 4775 21st Road North, and he's in Tennessee on business. So he said, Mom, you go. You know what I want to say. So he is in one of the Glebewood townhouses that backs up to this children's school. And his real concern is that the back alleyway is one in terrible condition, but that it not be used as a construction haul road during the excavation of the garage or as delivery for concrete or construction supplies, because it is an emergency access way for those homes. And also that it not be contractor parking, because it is, I mean, less than a 20-foot right-of-way. It's really quite narrow and a difficult travel lane. The other thing that he suggested was that the back wall of the proposed school, as you know, the two-way traffic that drives in and out drives straight towards the townhouses and then turns to go down to the parking level below, and that the headlights, as you turn that car, the headlights will sweep across all these townhomes. So in the renderings, it's hard to tell if the back wall is high enough to obstruct the headlights. It speaks to metal meshing as a screening. Well, mesh really doesn't screen. So whether it could be louvers or a raised wall high enough to manage headlight glare and overcast, that would be appreciated by the residents who back to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our final speaker is Elizabeth Berard.
That has to come down. Okay, hi, I'm Elizabeth Berard, and I live at 4779 21st Road North. I'm also concerned about the back alley. So I have called and talked to a number of people in the county regarding the condition of the back alley, which is really quite poor. I've been told that there are no funds to repave that back alley, and yet with this new construction that's going to be going on, any additional traffic in that back alley is going to continue to deteriorate the condition of the back alley. So I think we really need to be thinking about that as the county in terms of how it impacts the condition of our, of our homes as well. I'm concerned with additional trash pickups and those sorts of things. And then as Alyssa was saying, in terms of any construction vehicles and such. So I think that's kind of the nuts and bolts of my concerns. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you to the three of you. Do we have any other speakers?
We do not.
Okay, so we're ready to move on with consideration of our consent item that was pulled. Will the clerk please call it?
Item number 12, U3515-18-1, use permit amendment to amend conditions number 5, number 7, and number 7 to modify the approved plans and eliminate the off-site parking requirement for a child care center for up to 235 children located at 4770 Lee Highway.
Thank you very much, and we're now ready to turn to Mr. Schwartz for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like you all to welcome Courtney Badger. This is her first presentation. She has joined us 6 months ago from California, and I know she has a brief presentation. So, Courtney?
Well, welcome, Ms. Badger.
Thank you.
All right.
Good evening, board members. Tonight we have a use permit amendment for the children's school located on Lee Highway. The applicant has requested to modify 2 conditions. The first one is condition number 5, to update the language to reflect the current parking code, and with that eliminate the requirement for off-site parking. And the second modification is to update condition number 7 to allow for some architectural changes to the plans, which can be seen on the screen here. The proposal is not anticipated to negatively impact the neighborhood or surrounding developments. Therefore, staff is recommending approval of the amendment. And I'm here and available for any questions, and the applicant's here as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And we see our applicant. Would you like to make a presentation, or are you just here for questions? But feel free.
Zach Williams with Venable, representing the applicant.
You can adjust it too. You look awkward. I can't allow
I'm sorry?
it. You can adjust it. You look very awkward
It was such a short statement. I was trying to avoid the delay of even raising the podium. How's that?
All right, perfect.
That's better?
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
A little more? Okay. All right, there we go. Zach Williams with Venable, I represent the applicant. I just want to take the opportunity to thank staff and Courtney for working through the changes that we had here. Staff worked really hard on this to help us get to the finish line, and we really appreciate it. Working before Thanksgiving, during the Thanksgiving holiday, it was a lot of work that went into it. We're here to answer any questions that the board may have and appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much. And I don't think any of our commissions are here to speak on this issue. So the discussion is with members of the board. First, should we get a motion on the table? Is anyone interested to focus our discussion, or would you like a round of questions first? Ms. Garvey?
I can do that. I would like to move the manager's recommendation to approve use permit amendment to amend conditions 5 and 7 to modify the approved plans and eliminate the off-site parking requirements for child care center for up to 235 children, the children's school at 4770 Highway.
Okay, moved and seconded. Ms. Garvey and then Mr. Gutschall.
right.
And would you like to start us off, Ms. Garvey?
Sure. I actually had a couple of questions, if that's all right. I guess an easy one, and I don't know who answers it, the question of the headlights and the wall that's shown there, and do we know anything about that? I mean, sometimes these things don't get worked out until later. What's the idea? Mr. Williams is nodding his head, so maybe you would like to answer?
Sure. So We can raise a portion of the back wall to address that just before the cars go down the ramp. We talked with some of the residents before the hearing, and we think we can come up with a solution to that problem.
Okay. Thank you. We can talk later whether we have to, I think we'll take you at your word and assume that you're going to do that and you're working with residents. That's great. Thank you. And then my question is, because I really don't know, so who owns the alley? Who's responsible for the alley? Is that, I think that's maybe, Ms. Madger, your question.
Yeah, that is a good question that I don't have an answer to right now, but we can look into it and let you know.
Okay, unless Ms. Bird might know. I mean, typically there's probably some way it works, but maybe not.
It's a public alley.
There you go.
It's a public alley, so that means it's ours? Okay. That'll do for me for now. Yeah.
Mr. Gutschall?
Thanks. But would you guys be planning to use the alley for construction? So would you anticipate that you might need to repave it anyway, that you might be doing enough work out there that you would end up having to repave it?
I don't think we anticipate to use it. I mean, I can't say for sure that someone might not use it, but I think it'd be very difficult to use the alley versus the highway for the construction of the site.
Okay.
Yep. And I assume they couldn't block it, I mean, if it's an emergency.
Right, and it's a fairly narrow alleyway, so it would be hard to get construction vehicles down there.
But that said, we also heard at some point that the condition of it in its present condition is not really up to snuff. So I think it's incumbent upon us with that report to, maybe take a look, because we often find that alleys get forgotten in our pavement condition index assessments. So we should definitely do something on that. Ms. Crystal?
I actually was going to ask our county manager, a noted paving enthusiast, if there was anything we know about how, because our streets, or at least our major streets, are on sort of a regular cycle. Do we?
And they get graded.
Yeah.
Right.
Do
So
you know anything about alleys?
this is the first I've heard about this particular alley, so I would encourage you, and you can send me an email directly on it, and it's mschwartz@arlingtonva.us, and we'll look into that specific condition. And we do have a number of alleys. We have an inventory of them somewhere, and we'll check. And if it's degraded, that's not acceptable, so we'll go back and look at it.
Great, thanks. I did have one other question, if I may, Mr. Chair, which is just appreciate Ms. Field's request for more communication with nearby neighbors. And in fact, that is a condition of the existing use permit, which is the identification of an individual to serve as the liaison throughout the duration of construction. And then the fourth condition is a neighborhood liaison during operations, which might be the person who handles some of those ongoing parking concerns. So would you be able to speak to whether that individual's already been identified for construction yet, or when you expect that individual would be identified?
We don't have that individual identified yet. I believe the condition says before we get a permit, or an occupancy permit, I believe.
Prior to demolition, I think.
Prior to demolition, okay. Well, we'll definitely have that done.
Okay.
That's a requirement.
All right, I think that's helpful, having that individual. And I know we've seen with childcare centers all over the county, and as a user now, sometimes that communication, once the center is built, with staff, with parents, about where to park, about how to be a good neighbor, can go a long way towards papering over, or towards addressing those neighborhood parking concerns better than anything we could negotiate here at the dais might be. So thank you for coming in.
Mr. Chair, and I just said,
Mr. DeFranti, and then you. Okay.
Well, I just, it was a pretty quick agreement to go to the height that you needed to prevent the headlights. And so I wanted to just sort of reiterate that. And an agreement on headlights could mean 4 feet, 6 feet, 8 feet, 9 feet. I don't know that we have to specify the feet. I just want to make sure that you're set to go as far as needed to prevent the headlights in the turn from coming around. Is that agreed to?
Yeah, I think it would just be partially raising the wall so that it blocks the level, at the level of the headlights, so they wouldn't go through.
Great, that's good enough for me.
Ms. Garvey?
9 feet is probably against our regulations, don't go that high. And I was just simply going to say, just to follow up on Ms. Crystal's, Ms. Fields and Mr. Williams, you're both here in the same room. You can probably exchange cards and stuff, so as soon as you've got somebody identified, you can get that out. Yeah, that's it.
Mr. Gutschall?
I wanted to ask the attorney whether or not altering the height of the wall as shown on the current plans, would that require any kind of an amendment to this use permit?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I know everyone has a lot of goodwill here, but it's not enforceable. If we wanted to include something specific, it'd probably be a good idea. And I think they could probably get it's a minor modification to the drawings that I think the zoning administrator can approve regularly. So I was looking at condition number 7, which is one of the conditions you're entertaining an amendment to. The very last sentence of that talks about other minor modifications. I was thinking about a sentence that could be added in here, that the applicant agrees to seek an administrative change approved by the zoning administrator to modify the approved drawing showing an increase in the wall. And I need some descriptors as to exactly where that is, but an increase in the wall height sufficient to ensure headlights do not escape the site.
Okay.
So,
all right, well, we have to write that.
And as the maker of the motion, if somebody wants to, can I offer it? How's that? To make it easy, how can I do that?
That'll be great. As soon as we get the language, we'll presumably have the support to make that a.
Should we ask the applicant, though, whether or not they're,
Reaction to that.
yeah, how they feel?
I'm sorry?
So this would be adding a sentence to use permit condition number 7 that says the applicant will seek, substantially saying that the applicant will seek an amendment to drawings submitted that show placement.
I can read it again.
Great, thank you, Mr. McIsaac.
This would be right before the very last sentence of 7 as amended. The applicant agrees to seek an administrative change approved by the zoning administrator to modify the approved drawings showing an increase in the height of the wall. And I'm going to maybe look at Courtney to say exactly where that is, or maybe you can tell me. But so we know what wall we're talking about, where its location is. But an increase in the height of the wall located, fill in the blank, sufficient to ensure headlights do not escape the site.
Yeah, it's the rear wall of the site, and anything that gives clarity so that we don't get in a situation where we would have to come back, certainly would agree with condition language that includes that.
Yeah.
Yep, so we got it? And is that fine with you, Ms. Garvey?
Absolutely fine.
Fine with you, Mr. Gutschall?
Well, I think he might want to check with his clients. I mean, I am fine with the language, but.
Yeah, I guess the concern on our side is not getting further delayed. I mean, is there a way to do the condition where we will just do it and it can be approved tonight, so we don't have to go through another approval?
With the zoning administrator.
Yeah.
Well, we would
just-
approve
just
this
to be-
tonight, yes.
But just to be clear, Mr. McIsaac, your process, I mean, it would be required of them anyway, right?
Well, unless they had actual drawings to show us right now and you could actually approve them. But I mean, right now, we don't have anything. But I think it's pretty, I think it would be pretty
It's
simple.
very minor.
Yeah.
Right.
The drawings don't have to come back to the board. The drawings,
Right.
you would
They
just
could all
submit
be
it with
done
your,
through
for
the
your
zoning
permit
administrator.
and through the zoning administrator.
Through an administrative change.
Right.
If we may. Frank Boley for the applicant. What we're trying to avoid is another administrative process. They're catch-22s in terms of having to submit the application and go through. We're agreeing to raise the height. It's not a full wall. There are basically openings on the back of the building where there is a grading fence in them. We will raise that high enough to ensure, and we'll commit to make sure that it's high enough to ensure that any vehicle entering the site and turning into the garage, the headlights will not be seen and visible to the properties behind them. So we're fine with that. We just don't want to go through another process because we want to get our drawings done, getting them in for permits, et cetera. And
I
it
guess
just
what
adds
we're
cost
surfacing,
and time.
yeah, we very much appreciate that. I think the advice that we're getting here is that it would be impermissible for you to do so according to the terms of your use permit.
There are
on
no
your-
dimensions on the wall.
There are
as
no
we just
dimensions.
Today, this is a conceptual document
Oh.
in terms of the plans. This is not a site plan with specific architectural
Oh, I see.
components.
Okay.
That's fine. General inclusion.
I'm sorry, we were under the impression that there was a specific
Understood.
drawing that showed the location and size of the wall that we
General
approved as part of the
openings
last.
are there, but there's no height, so it doesn't say that it's 3 feet,
Got
4
it.
feet.
Okay.
We commit to make it high enough to ensure that the lights do not transmit beyond.
Mr. McIsaac,
But
we have
now
to take a
we're
phrase
fully
out
on
now.
record knowing that you will agree to do it so that you will meet the terms of the condition as we just drafted but are not going to
Yes,
include.
and I think
Thank
Mr.
you.
McIsaac is
Thank you.
taking out the phrase.
Yeah, I mean, we're belaboring it already. The applicant agrees to increase the height of the rear wall sufficient to ensure headlights do not escape the site.
Terrific.
Done.
That's
Okay?
perfect. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I accept that.
All right, Mr. Gutschall, I assume you still agree? Wonderful, that's part of the main motion. Any further comments from members of the board? And if not, I think we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of approving the motion as made and amended, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your willingness to work on the fly. Thank you to the nearby neighbors and mom of the nearby neighbor who raised the issues and concerns. I think you'll be able to work through them. Appreciate it very much. Now I think we're ready to move on with our regular hearing items. Will Ms. Jacobs call item 44, please?
Agenda item number 44, ZOA 2019-11, amendments to Articles 4, 6, 7, 12, 14, and 18 of the Arlington County zoning ordinance to permit the establishment of assisted living facilities, independent living facilities, nursing homes, and continuing care retirement communities in 18 zoning districts, to establish new definitions for undefined terms and revise existing definitions, to establish new minimum parking standards for elder care uses, to add site plan criteria and findings for elder care uses to the residential use standards, to revise and update the terminology used in the household living and group living residential use categories, and to make other editorial changes for purposes of clarity.
All right, Mr. Schwartz, are you ready to begin?
Yes, we are. We have, this evening, the presentation will be made by Nick Rogers, and Jen Smith and Cliff Hogan are also here to assist. Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Schwartz, thank you so much. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're very excited to be here tonight. What you're seeing in front of you is the culmination of over a year's worth of work in partnership with my colleague Rachel Coates with DHS, our Aging and Disability Services Division as well, continuing that partnership that we first formed with the Child Care Initiative, really. And as we get into this study conducted under the Housing Arlington Initiative, you can really focus on, boil it down to two objectives. First step, modernize and update our zoning standards so that we're reflecting those present day development trends in elder care uses, residential housing, but also enabling, being very open and transparent about optimizing those zoning standards so that we can expand the supply of this housing type. And we are very specific about calling it a housing type and bringing it into that broader Housing Arlington conversation, new types of housing, serving communities like seniors, residents who need additional care as well. And so this is one of the land use tools amongst several others that we're working on as part of the Housing Arlington Initiative. This term, elder care housing, I know you received the Housing Commission's feedback on our study, and there was some discussion on some of that terminology. We feel there isn't the perfect sort of industry standard terminology, but what we're really talking about is assisted living, nursing, along with independent living and continuing care retirement communities, which are really just a blend of some combination of the three other residential settings. And one of the common questions that we got throughout the study was, well, how is this like Hunter's Park? Or we want to see more age-restricted multifamily, more housing for seniors. And we said, we agree completely. We're very fortunate in that there are no barriers in the zoning for those types of settings, but we do have a lot of barriers for this other distinguished type of elder care housing. What does make that distinguishment is the housekeeping that's provided to the residents, the programming, the amenities. You'll find that the gross floor area devoted what I'll call non-residential space outside the living quarters is much greater than at your conventional multifamily building. But most importantly, the residents, again, in assisted living, more so in nursing, are getting that personal care service provided for the assistance they need with activities of daily living. That's a term that our DHS colleagues use frequently for med management, also help with bathing, clothing, those traditional needs of daily living. So when we and quickly from our DHS colleagues, but consistently from members of the public, we were really, what was impressed upon us on staff was the urgency that the county is facing. The census numbers that you're seeing here are included in your staff report. Our projections indicate that these numbers and percentages will increase, not decrease, and yet our amount and our supply of this housing type has remained static for essentially 20 years, other than Mary Marshall in 2011. So the time to act is now, and we think we have a full suite of zoning changes to help out with that. Looking back just to August of this year, the situation in taking a look at the ordinance was, you know, I used the word anemic when we were having our ZOCO sessions, because we permitted assisted living facilities in our SD district. You can see on your viewer the blue areas. Those are the only areas in the county that we have zoned that one SD district. And the story wasn't much better for nursing. Looking back to the 1970s when we first established these 3 commercial mixed-use districts, we do permit nursing homes in those districts, but that was pretty much it. The zoning ordinance was silent on, of course, independent living and continuing care retirement communities. Members of the board, of course, know that we do have Sunrise operating in the county right now, Brookdale and other operators, and they continue to operate, and they were, of course, established under alternative zoning regulations that were in place prior to our 2013 reformat. That was, of course, project managed by Ms. Albert over on the now on the Permit Arlington side. So looking back to September, though, 1 month in advance, the board adopted an amendment first to just with the compatibility of assisted living and nursing, let's get those approved in both districts. No real need to differentiate between those districts. But we also added in the RA 818, recognizing that this family of uses, elder care housing, is a compatible use in our multifamily residential districts. And we said back in September that we were going to be before you before the end of the year with the recommendations of the broader study, and we're here. You saw from the staff report that we have 18 zoning districts that will allow assisted living, nursing, independent living, and continuing care retirement communities through our site plan approval process, getting that community feedback, getting having that robust site plan review committee process where we're working through design issues, issues of neighborhood context as well. And you're seeing the fruits of that action already in the process from that September decision that you made. This is a rendering from the recent site plan application that Artis Senior Living has filed. What you're seeing is a proposed 175-unit assisted living community that would be at the corner of Lee Highway and Taylor Street. They are working through the site plan review committee. They had their first meeting last week. We have some companion edits that have gone along with that important work to just get it into the additional zoning districts. We've right-sized the parking. We've been working very closely with elder care providers who work throughout the region, the Mid-Atlantic, and throughout the country, making sure that the parking numbers provide the amount that's needed. Again, some of these images that I've shown you are from sites. These are active sites. They're engaging sites. These are not institutions by any means. So we wanted to make sure that level of activity, we had enough parking on site to accommodate families, visitors, employees, but also not over-parking the site so that we're creating this surplus that would go against all of our adopted plans and policies pertaining to pedestrian activity, multimodal transit as well. We've updated some of our terminology as well. We want to align with the state code, but we also want to allow for that co-location. We've spoke to providers who are doing independent living plus assisted living, sometimes the whole continuum of care, and we want to get the zoning ordinance out of the way of that type of co-location of housing types. As we were putting together your report for this month, we did identify an additional zoning district. We'd like to be back in front of you next month for the C3 district. You know, taking a look at that Clarendon Revitalization District on the general land use plan, we have special provisions in C3 that enable a mixed-use development of up to 3.0 FAR within that district, a very compatible set of circumstances for our county's seniors. We go into at length in the report on our community engagement process, very robust work, like I mentioned, with providers, but also members of the community, several boards and commissions. We had a very successful community forum back in October where we engaged with residents and had a very broad conversation on not just elder care uses, but senior housing in general and those needs. Of course, we had information on our website, and we have the results of our survey here too. Throughout that process, we heard a variety of needs. We heard about, well, what if I want to have a shared setting in my home, for example? The zoning ordinance permits that already. Well, we want to make sure that this type of use is integrated into the community where we can continue to enjoy the amenities, enjoy the public transit. Well, we've responded with some site plan criteria and findings for you, providers, and the county board to be considering as you're reviewing future projects coming through. And so we feel like we've been very responsive to those, to that engagement with this text amendment before you. We know partly for scoping reasons, but partly for the complexity, we know that there's more work to be done on the affordability piece. By and large, we heard from certainly the Commission on Aging, other residents, and certainly, personally myself, and I would gather virtually everyone in the room today has had a loved one who has needed assisted living or some sort of similar care. The costs are very high. And there are low and moderate income residents in Arlington who would benefit from additional affordability tools beyond our base requirements in our affordable dwelling ordinance right now. And so as you'll see on the viewer, the Planning Commission and the Housing Commission both recommended approval of the text amendment. Our Commission on Aging did acknowledge that need to expand to allow this type of use in more areas. They did communicate to you directly in the need for more affordability measures. You saw in the staff report that we have committed to continue study on this as we head into 2020. Again, part of Housing Arlington, one of those other 6 components, our review of the Affordable Housing Master Plan. We will be taking this on then. We spoke very directly with you at your board briefings last week, and so I welcome questions, feedback, and further direction from members of the board. And I think with that, Mr. Manager, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. You're going to develop a reputation for dealing with these very truncated, quick, targeted processes. Yeah. It's your thing.
It's really good.
All right. So I think we have our Planning Commission represented tonight with Ms. Iacomini.
That would be me.
Good to see you.
Thank you. I'm pleased to be here this evening because I am, of course, part of the demographic, as I discovered at the ZOCO meeting on this with Mr. Rogers of the aging over 60. I was shocked to actually find myself in a cohort mentioned by planning staff. So it's a new experience. I like it. It's fun.
Not always.
As we have said, the Issues like the ones that we spoke about on Saturday, again, I'll be brief in my remarks, but the commission is very interested in this and has spent several hours at ZOCO and at our Planning Commission meeting discussing it. We very much have appreciated the thoughtful study given by staff over the past year, particularly Mr. Rogers, Mr. Hogan, Ms. Smith, and Ms. Coates. We first heard this particular proposal at a Zoning Ordinance Committee, ZOCO, meeting in October, chaired by Commissioner Weir, who has been the commissioner following this item. And on behalf of the whole commission, I thank him for his work on this. At that time, our discussion focused on heights in RA 716, and I believe ZOCO wanted to allow higher heights because of the need for elder care facilities. However, staff's explanation of keeping the height commensurate with the 60 feet for lower moderate income housing in that zoning district made sense, particularly as anything can be modified by site plan. We also talked about parking and if it should be based on beds or on units. Sometimes large one-bedrooms can be made to accommodate 2 beds, and so 2 individuals. I know that this happens because I have lots of experience with both of my parents who aged in place in a progressive community, a progression of care community it was also progressive, in Pennsylvania. So staff ultimately decided to base parking on bedrooms and noted that there would be a process through which providers could modify parking if they had an increase in bedrooms. The commission considered this at our one of our December carryover meetings, and we talked about, again, heights, parking, and site area minimum. We, again, affirmed that 60 feet in RA 716 would be acceptable, again, modifiable by site plan. We talked about parking, and we did note that unit can be interpreted many ways, so again, going with bedrooms made sense. We discussed the 1 acre minimum lot size and understood from staff that 1 acre would be needed to accommodate parking and traffic for an elder care building. Impacts on adjacent properties would also likely be minimized by a 1 acre requirement for minimum site size. And as with parking and height, the site size could be modified through site plan. So we voted unanimously to recommend the change in the ordinance and unanimously to advertise the change for C3 for the Clarendon Revitalization District. Thank you, and I'll be glad to try to answer any questions about Planning Commission or the over 60 cohort, whichever you would like.
Thank you very much, Ms. Giacomini, and we appreciate Ms. Coates being here to be a resource and to comment on what I'm sure will be a topic of conversation about affordability needs for Arlington seniors. So don't go anywhere either. The discussion is now, I believe, with the board, unless we have speakers, Ms. Jacobs.
We do.
Oh, we do, okay.
Our first and only speaker is William Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, I'm William B. Lawson, Jr. The only thing I wanted to share with you all is I hope you don't put too many conditions on these uses as they come forward. And the reason I say that is that the market has finally come to the point where this use can now compete with other uses. And I represented the seller on the Artist deal, and we were considering many offers, and we thought we were going to go with townhouses, and Artists came along, and we went ahead and went with Artists, and it was only a little bit better than the offer for the townhouses. And I'm afraid if you start putting too many conditions on this use, especially requiring units to be affordable, you may make the deal uneconomical. And I wanted to share with you that if you're doing something like this in Fairfax, the Artist site is just under 3 acres. And if it's zoned, say, R1 in Fairfax, you're buying 3 lots. If it's zoned R2 in Fairfax, you're buying 6 lots. On the Artist site, they were buying 15 possible single-family lots. And if you went towns, 37, and if you went multifamily, who knows what it would end up being, but it would be quite a bit. So the only thing, I'm also excited to see this use because I'm growing older, but I do want to make sure that we don't put so many conditions that future developments are unable to come forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lawson. And seeing no other speakers, the conversation is now with the county board. And I should note for the record that we have also received communication from our commission, advisory commissions on aging and our housing commission. Those letters are included in your materials. And we're ready to have some board conversations, starting with Mr. DeFerranti, followed by Ms. Garvey, and then Ms. Crystal.
Oh, I'm not.
I just have a comment. I just wanted to surface the Housing Commission's point with respect to affordability and make sure that you're coordinated with the work that I know that's part of budget guidance with respect to the bottom 30%. So auxiliary grants is not something I've known about as well, and so as well as the general housing grants. And so just want to make sure that you're coordinated and that work gets sort of enrolled in or at least is informed by the budget guidance as you're going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Crystal.
Great. I actually was prepared with a motion, Mr. Chair. If you're ready.
It's certainly in order. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So I'm going to recommend, or excuse me, I'm going to move the county manager's recommendation for those following along at home that we adopt the ordinance attached to staff reports to amend, reenact, and recodify the relevant articles of the zoning ordinance to permit the establishment of assisted living facilities, independent living facilities, nursing homes, continuing care, retirement communities, to establish new definitions for undefined terms and revise existing definitions, to establish new minimum parking standards for elder care uses, to add site plan criteria and findings for elder care uses to the residential use standards, to revise and update the terminology used in the household living and group living residential use categories, and to make other editorial changes for purposes of clarity as shown in the staff report.
And then B at the same time?
I think that makes sense. I will similarly go ahead and move that we adopt the resolution attached to the staff report that authorizes advertisement of public hearings at the January meetings of the Planning Commission and the County Board to consider further amendments to the Arlington County zoning ordinance as shown in attachment 4 to permit elder care uses in the C3 zoning districts.
Second. All right, moved by Ms. Crystal, seconded by Ms. Garvey. Ms. Crystal, would you like to continue on?
I would like to continue on. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think this is an excellent body of work done with relative alacrity, which is really exciting and I think enabled potentially one particular project, but we hope many more to follow. And I particularly want to commend the partnership, as Mr. Rogers noted, the continued partnership between our human services staff and our planning staff. It is a great area of focus because really our planning should serve human uses. So I'm very excited and have no questions actually about the nuances of the zoning districts or parking. I think they've been thoughtfully considered and really appreciate the Planning Commission doing that heavy review for us or with us. I do have a couple of questions, though, about the affordability piece, if we could entertain it, leading up to potentially some guidance. So I'm mostly interested in addressing a set of recommendations that we got from our Commission on Aging, which actually took the unusual step of recommending against this proposal. And so having met with them to fully surface those concerns, I think I could probably accurately characterize them, although we have a good letter from them, they can characterize their own arguments, about being concerned that we don't have any specificity yet to think about how to use the tools such as the Affordable Housing Ordinance or AHIF as a community benefit for bonus density to ensure that on-site units or other units of long-term care, memory care, senior assisted living are actually designated for our lower or even modest income seniors. I think this is really interesting. It was very, Mr. Lawson, thank you for coming in to make that point too, about not wanting to provide additional community benefits or expectations on such projects. But to the extent that they are already coming in for bonus density or are already being developed under our affordable housing ordinance. And I am getting to a question, I promise. This is, there are expectations on sort of significant developments already that they make some contribution to affordable housing. It's just that there's nothing tied to affordable senior housing. Is that right?
I think that's a fair characterization.
So I am really interested in figuring out how we fix that. And so I think our clerk has some proposed language. Talking to staff, it seems like the right place to do that is through our Affordable Housing Master Plan forthcoming update. I see we've been joined by our interim housing director. So I'm going to ask our clerk to add some language that I'm going to propose actually to incorporate into the main motion unless there's an objection from my seconder. Our clerk is pulling that up.
All right.
Sorry.
We're announcing a promotion for Richard Tucker tonight, huh?
Is he not our interim housing director? I'm sorry.
Housing coordinator.
Housing court. You're our housing Arlington.
Ward, yeah. You just dangled this thing in front of him and now
Very
you're
rude of
snatching
me.
it back.
Very rude of me. I'm sorry. Richard Tucker, you're interim housing director in my heart. Let's just say it that way. All right. So this is really designed to be clearer about when we expect staff to come back to us. This is a body of work that's going to require some definitions. Mr. DeFerranti, for example, alluded to what we've heard from our Commission on Aging about the auxiliary grants, whether that is the right way to define affordability, set-asides for those. If there is another form, using our partnership with DHS to be able to define what affordable elder care actually looks like, as well as to thinking more further thoughts about how we would use land use tools such as the zoning ordinance, the affordable housing ordinance, or any others to facilitate and incentivize that affordability. So I am excited to hear more. I think this fits hand in glove with what the Affordable Housing Master Plan update should be looking at anyway. And so I would like to offer that on the table to accompany the already lengthy motion that I've made.
Great, thank you. Is the seconder okay with it?
The seconder thinks it's a great idea.
All
Thank
right.
you.
So that is our motion before us on the table.
I'll speak to it just a little
Ms.
bit.
Garvey?
If I might. No, I think this is great. Mr. Chair, you alluded a little bit to Mr. Rogers, how quickly we've moved this forward. It really is good. It's a need. There are more and more of us, Ms. Giacomini, in this demographic every day, and we need to be thinking about it. This particular motion that you just added, Ms. Crystal, addresses Mr. Lawson's concern that if we put on too many things, then we won't get anything, and which is always a danger. And I think this is absolutely the way to approach it and meet a need that we've got, and I am ready to move forward. I think it's great.
Thank you, Ms. Garvey. Anybody else? Mr. DeFerranti.
Just a big thank you. I don't know where in the last 3 weeks I was. There's somewhere on the order of 13, 15 million seniors who are surviving on $1,200 only. And then there's all the seniors who might live and have family in this community but don't currently have access to, may have a little more income but don't have access. So on a human front and with the work that's done, and I really appreciate the direction. This is a big step forward. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Gutschall.
Thank you. I just wanted to also congratulate staff on the great work and being able to move through this somewhat expeditiously and recognize that if the fact that we have to come back next month to tidy up the C3 in Clarendon, to me that's a price that's well worth paying in order to be able to move forward, because as we've talked about many times, that if you want to move faster, we have to accept that sometimes that means we might have a little cleanup to do, and to me that's not a bad thing. That's actually, I'd rather have the speed and then have to come back and do a little cleanup than not. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutschall. And my comments are echoing what everyone else has said, and I want to particularly end on the point of Mr. Gutschall. Please, please, please don't ever view not only a little cleanup, but even if we were to misstep and make a mistake, moving quickly, if it's with the best interest of moving our community forward, I, at least personally, have a fair degree of risk tolerance for making mistakes that we can clean up later. Picking up some spilled milk that was not done with negligence or maliciousness is okay with me. So great work. Move to a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it, 5-0. Thanks to all involved. We appreciate it. Ms. Jacobs, we're ready to call item number 45.
Item 45, increase to the authorization for contract number 1820 to Fort Myer Construction Corporation for construction of the Columbia Pike Street Improvement and Utility Undergrounding Project between the 4 Mile Run Bridge and South Jefferson Street.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz.
So with me this evening is Ramzi Awad, and we have also assistance from Dennis and other DES staff. I'll turn it over to you, Ramzi.
Hello, my name's Ramzi Awad, DES Engineering Bureau Chief. I'll load the presentation here and start with the slides. The Columbia Pike Improvements projects, underground overhead utility lines, electrical and communications lines, also widening sidewalks, installing transit stops, replacing and upgrading aging underground infrastructure, water mains, sanitary sewers, and storm sewers, as well as gas lines. The project also realigns South Jefferson Street to shorten the crossing, and the section under discussion today is commonly referred to as H&I, which is from the county line, the West County line with Fairfax County to 4 Mile Run. It's about a 3,000-foot long section, and construction started in February of 2018. The contractor is Fort Myer, the low bid contractor was Fort Myer Construction Company. And construction is expected on this section to last approximately 3 years, as has been communicated to the public. Here you'll see the planned roadway cross-section. And as you can see, it's 2 lanes in each direction, turn lanes and median, wider sidewalks and transit stations. And here you'll see the existing condition. And I'll direct your attention to what's under the road. Under the road is very congested with multiple utilities. There's sanitary sewer lines, gas lines, water mains, fiber optic lines, storm sewer pipes, and an existing duct bank. The existing duct bank is a communications duct bank that our records told us would be under the road, and so we planned the new electric and communications duct bank that would underground the overhead lines to be under the sidewalk, where the construction would be away from traffic and the existing infrastructure. After construction started about a third of the way into the project, we found the existing duct bank to be not where we had thought that it would be, but actually to be in direct conflict with the planned route of the new duct bank. And as you can see in this diagram, the duct bank was needed to be relocated. The proposed duct bank needed to be relocated to avoid this conflict with the existing duct bank. We did our due diligence prior to construction, and that worked out fine for the first third of the project. But as we got into the second third, the facts on the ground were just not consistent with what our records and prior research had told us. So with this change in conditions, there's additional impacts, schedule risk, additional construction cost, and increased disruption to traffic. This slide here will show you the area where the conflict occurred and where the redesign is needed. So the first third in blue has been successfully installed. There's a section around Greenbrier and Green, which was previously completed by developers, and then the remaining section here in red. We developed a response plan with the goal of maintaining early 2021 completion date, and that is barring any other unforeseen conditions or significant weather delays. The plan, as mentioned earlier, is to move the duct bank under a travel lane instead of under the sidewalk. And this will result in impacts to traffic. It will reduce the travel lanes because that area is needed for the work zone. And two lanes will be open eastbound during the weekday morning rush hour, and for the remainder of the time, the Columbia Pike in that segment will be down to only 1 lane in each direction. We're applying additional resources on the project. Fort Myer will use multiple construction crews. We're extending the construction hours. 9 p.m. on weekdays, work on weekends as well, Saturdays and Sundays, and potentially nighttime work, although that's not planned at this time. And so these efforts to increase the resources will help us get to the early 2021 completion date. However, there are impacts to traffic, and again, these are not ideal, but but this approach is the safest way to move the project forward in the shortest amount of time. We did consider other alternatives. One alternative that was considered was to continue the current traffic pattern, which is 2 lanes in each direction for the peak periods, and then 1 lane, going back down to 1 lane for the non-peak periods. However, we didn't move forward with this alternative, or we don't recommend moving forward with this alternative because it adds more than 1 year to the construction schedule. Another alternative that was considered was 2 lanes for the peak direction only, and switching that lane depending on the morning peak and the rush hour peak, and the evening peak. So that would be 2 lanes eastbound in the morning, and then reversing that lane to provide for 2 lanes westbound in the evening. After evaluating this further, we realized that it would be impractical because the contractor needs to switch the lanes, and so they need to enter into the traffic lanes of Columbia Pike, bringing Columbia Pike down to 1 lane in total during that transition period. And even if they were able to do this very quickly, it's a very, very unusual traffic pattern and could lead to driver confusion, so there are safety risks associated with it. And so that's why we proceeded with the plan that we outlined earlier. This response plan does have impacts, and we've developed strategies to mitigate those impacts. The impacts, again, are additional lane closures, intersection closures on weekends to work in the intersections. There'll be turning restrictions at the intersections, bus stop relocations, and pedestrian detours. And so we're employing a range of mitigation measures. One is we are encouraging drivers to seek alternate routes, and that's Arlington Boulevard Route 50 and I-395, and using Carl Springs Road and George Mason Drive to connect to those routes. We'll be monitoring construction traffic with cameras and adjusting signal timing as needed, and we'll be using police assistance during certain periods. More specifically on the detours, as you can see here, Arlington Boulevard Route 50 is being messaged as the alternate route, and we're recommending that the public use these routes, Route 50 and I-395. And to get to those, Carlin Springs Road and Route 7, as well as George Mason Drive. And then I'll turn it over to Dennis Leach to speak about the transit mitigations and impacts.
So Columbia Pike has a very rich menu of transit. The routes that are affected by this proposal are ARTs 41, 45, and 75, and also most of the Metrobus 16 line. We do anticipate impacts, which include bus service detours and bus stop relocations. These are some of our highest ridership stops at Dinwiddie and Greenbrier and Frederick. So we do anticipate having to move bus stops and get people safely across the street to them during the course of this. We also are expecting impacts to our terminal at Dinwiddie and Columbia Pike for a number of phases. Mitigation measures, Transit Bureau has engaged Metrobus in developing plans, and our goal is to keep passengers moving during this construction. We are also coordinating with our own DES team and our Metro communication team to provide information for passengers. And then ART service will be very closely monitored to ensure that service can be provided.
Part of a mitigation strategy is also outreach and notifications. There will be regular outreach and notifications. Some of that has already started, and it'll be in various forms, including electronic message signs on site, which have already been deployed, traffic alerts to the media, messages to the civic associations, CPRO, condo associations, Columbia Pike countywide emails using social media, Twitter, and Nextdoor. We're also working with our partners in Arlington Transportation Partners, as well as our regional partners, Fairfax County, VDOT, to share the information. And in January, we'll hold an open house to update on construction progress at Arlington Mill Community Center. The impacts also do include an increase in construction cost. The construction contract will need to be increased by $5.5 million from approximately $17.5 to $23 million. And that's because of the additional volume and complexity of the work resulting from the new location of the duct bank, as well as the additional resources that are being applied and the extended construction hours and the more complex maintenance of traffic during construction. It's important to point out that much of this cost is unavoidable, because had we known about this condition at the beginning, we would have designed the duct bank to be in this location, and we would have seen most of these costs bear out in the form of a higher bid to begin with. Funding sources for the contract increase. $1.3 million comes from previously completed Columbia Pike segments, as well as funds on this West End segment. And $4.2 million comes from the Columbia Pike segment D, which is from South Garfield Street to South Quinn Street. And we don't anticipate that this segment schedule will be impacted, and it's currently going through the CIP process. Finally, in terms of lessons learned and how we'll apply what we've learned here to the future segments of Columbia Pike. To date, we've been following industry standard procedures for identifying underground utilities. But now, knowing what we know about Columbia Pike, we'll go well above and beyond what's standard practice in the industry. We'll apply enhanced quality control procedures. We'll dig additional test holes that would normally not be done for this type of a project. And we'll apply new technologies, including ground penetrating radar, to add to the information that we these steps will minimize construction risk on the future segments of Columbia Pike. But with underground construction, it's impossible to completely eliminate the risks, and there's always some level of risk until we start digging and construction begins. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Awad. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any public speakers?
We do not have any speakers.
Then the discussion is now with the board. Why don't we start with getting a motion on the table, if anyone's interested in doing so? How about you, Mr. DeFerranti?
I'll move the county manager's recommendation that we authorize an increase to contract number 18020 from 17,501.
Million.
Sorry?
Million.
Oh, 17 million. Thank you. 17,501,280 to 23,001,280, which is a $5.5 million increase to the original contract amount. The original contract amount was $14,584,400, and the original contingency was $2,916,880. The new total contract authorization recommended is $23,001,280, including the previously authorized contingency of $2,916,880.
Okay, thank you. Moved, and is there a second? I'll second. All right, Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, I guess I'll start. There are a lot of questions, but and thank you very much for this, which is going to be, there's nobody speaking here today, but there will be, I think. I'd like to look at slides 4 and 5, and I know you guys know what you're doing, but when you have slide 4 showing everything that's underneath the roadway, and then we've got this other, and it's not in the right place, and then you get the next slide 5, how we're going to do it. There's the duct bank, but the slide before just showed that there's all kinds of stuff under that roadway. Where is there enough room? You know, are you sure there's going to be enough room? You probably maybe are, and that things are where they should be, and there's a lot under there.
Exactly, there's a lot under there, so it's a very challenging environment. This diagram is intended as an exhibit, and it shows it going straight conceptually, but there's a lot of weaving around existing utilities. There's a lot of areas where we move to avoid those. And so it's a very challenging area.
And that's kind of my point, right? Okay. And built into the contract is some way of kind of doing more testing and finding out where things are, so you know where you're going to have to weave if you have to weave. Is that right?
So with the identification of this duct bank and knowing where the location is now, we believe that we have utility clearance now on the new design.
Okay, and then another question, because I just think there may be some other things. So we thought we knew where it was, and then when you look forward, there's this long red line where you think it's going to be, but you didn't know where it was before, and there's a good chance that it might not be where you think it is now going forward. Is that right? Or do you have a good, and whose duct is it?
Yeah, at this point, we have been able to identify the owner of that duct bank, and that's Verizon. And so we've had some additional engagement with them on identifying the exact location of that duct. And so we believe we know where it is at this time.
Okay, and is Verizon responsible for knowing where it is and telling us where it is? I mean, shouldn't they know, and shouldn't they have told us?
We do coordinate very closely with Verizon and with all the utility companies, and sometimes records are imperfect, and sometimes we find that things are not where we thought they would be.
And is there any fault in their part that is, because we're on the hook for their not knowing where their lines were? Is that a proper way of saying that? It seems like it.
So we're continuing to work to investigate if there are any faults here that we can pursue. But again, I'd go back to if we knew from Verizon where their duct bank was, then in terms of the additional cost, most of those would have been borne anyway.
Okay, I'm done for the moment. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gotshal.
Just a quick follow-up to that, and I guess I think it's slide 6. Can you go to slide 6? So the completed by others, we also have on the back of the last page of our hard copy of the staff report, shows this as well. And it looks like there was the green section there that was completed by others. Maybe from the map that was 5,500 apartments. I don't know. Do you know when that was done? And would that not have revealed to us what was going on underneath the road?
Each development is required to underground utilities for their frontage. And so what you see in green is in fact a small section of Columbia Pike that was undergrounded as part of the use permit process. But use permit applicants are not required to go beyond their frontage in terms of field investigation. So they were able to make all the utilities work in the frontage. And you will notice the blue, which is the segment that goes from Greenbrier out to Jefferson, the duct banks, the utilities were where they were expected to be. It was only when the project started proceeding further east of Greenbrier that the alignment of the duct bank shifted.
Okay. Well, I think what he's saying is it shifted basically after the green section.
Okay, so you're saying under the green section, it was where it was expected to be?
Yes, well, actually, that work was done by the developer.
By, excuse me, by who?
By the developer of 5,500.
Okay.
So a small segment, just their frontage, was undergrounded as part of that development.
And they told us that, and we're sure that it was where it was supposed to be?
We have to, actually, this project ties in with their work.
Okay.
So actually, the nature of my question, and then this is just for consideration for moving forward, is that when we have a developer who digs up the road and is working, and in this case moved, and what time period was that? I don't remember exactly when that was.
That was probably within the last, I would say, 5 or 6 years.
Yeah. Is it our usual procedure, are we out there documenting? When we have the opportunity to dig up a section of road and the developer's running new stuff, how do we make sure that we're not repeating the problem that we stumbled across from Verizon, which I don't know when this duct bank was originally installed?
So with all county capital projects and with all site plans and use permits, we require as-built. And those as-built are maintained records and they're scanned.
Okay.
A particular challenge with Columbia Pike, up until the fall of 2010, Columbia Pike was a state highway. So we had the records that were available at the time of transfer. The state transferred it to us with a quick claim deed. They gave us all the information they had, and they acknowledged that that information may be incomplete.
VDOT. Okay. The other question I had for you, if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Keep going.
Okay. Last topic is I appreciated the slides on the maintenance of operations for our transit, for primarily for ART. I would be very interested in actually learning a little bit more and following up on that sort of personally. So will there be some opportunity? Can I go out and walk the site with you or whatever and do a little field trip to see exactly what is planned and what's going to go on in terms of what we're going to do with relocating the bus stops and how we're communicating with folks. I know you had laid out a plan there. I just want to wade a little bit into the weeds on that one.
I'm going to turn to the manager to respond to that.
As long as you wear a hard hat.
Sure. Sure. And I saw that there's a meeting, a public meeting planned in January.
I was referring to wearing the hard hat to the meeting. But
Right,
if you want
exactly.
to walk along the pike, we'd be happy to arrange that.
Okay, I would like to do
I might
that.
join you with, I can bring my own hard hat, I haven't, yeah.
Okay, Ms. Crystal.
Yeah, your two Art 41 riders would like to point out that's not a field trip. That's about to be our daily lives. So thank you, guys.
I'm glad you can play.
Yeah. So I think the thing that I did not catch when you all were talking about the impacts is whether the impacts are I mean, we're talking, I know the end, we hope, is early 2021. So let me start there. What does early 2021 mean? Is our goal January? Is our goal March?
Our goal is to meet the original commitment to the public, which is February of 2021. And again, that's barring any significant weather delays or future complications which may happen. But our target is February of 2021.
And this begins effectively now, as soon as the contract amendment is awarded?
It would begin, well, there is a change order that needs to be executed with the contractor, and the contractor will need some time to mobilize, but it'll begin probably at the end of December or at the latest very early January.
Okay, so over a year of the full disruption. Because this is what, a quarter-mile stretch here, less?
No, that's going to be.
Dinwiddie to Greenbrier?
The whole project length, including to Jefferson, is 3,000 feet. So this is roughly about 2,000 feet.
Oh, okay.
So the point is, the entire area is disrupted for the entire amount of time. It's too modest of an area to do it like in phases.
So actually, there will be some phasing that will happen.
Okay.
So it won't be the entire area, but probably between Greenbrier and Dinwiddie, Columbus will be disrupted at one time. And then the intersections will be worked at the weekends. And then the other segments will follow. So from Dinwiddie, Columbus to the bridge. And I also should clarify that there is remaining work from Greenbrier to the county line, not duck bank work, but roadway work, sidewalk widening, and roadway work.
So that sort of miserable paving situation towards the county line that has persisted for a while will continue? Is that right? Where it's just sort of been torn up paving in that area?
Yes, that'll continue until that section of roadway is completed, and that'll be towards the end of the project. The reason for that is the duck bank has been installed. Now, the overhead lines need to be pulled into the duck bank. Okay. So the utility companies do that. They'll take some time to do that. As soon as they finish that, then we can come back and complete the roadway work.
Okay. One of the things that occur to me when I look at these sort of alternate routes and the idea that we're going to have to send buses on alternate routes and detours, can we, I'd like to, I don't know how to phrase it other than I just want to poke a little bit more at before we fully get comfortable, before I fully get comfortable with ruling out the idea of doing, I guess, a changeable travel lane. Forgive me, I'm trying to find the slide that this was on. Oh, reversible lane, slide 8. So you noted in your presentation, and thank you for that, it was not practical because the contractor would need to sort of shift the operations around, move the barrels and signage. But we so often see reversible lanes with construction in general, and this would always have to be the case, right? That the contractors would need to move relatively quickly. So help me understand a little more about why this really isn't feasible when it seems like this is a not entirely uncommon practice for other construction projects.
So the challenge is that the reversible lane would need to be the center lane because the contractor would need the other area to work. And so they'd have to go into Columbia Pike to reach that center lane. They'd disrupt one of the other travel lanes, and that would bring Columbia Pike down to one lane in total to do that switchover. And so that's a major disruption during the switchover period. And
how long does that, I'm sorry to interrupt, how long does that realistically take? I mean, you're moving, we've talked about how it's actually not that lengthy of a segment. You're moving barrels, signage. Seems like you could get it done in I don't know, 20 minutes?
So we haven't estimated how long it would take, but we think it would probably take probably an hour or more to do.
Really?
Because there's quite a number of signs that would need to be changed over. There's quite a number of barrels that would also need to be moved.
All right. I have to admit, for my part, I would love a little more of analysis of where this has been done elsewhere. I think I probably see it in the district more than in Arlington. But generally, when you see the reversible lane, the temporary reversible lane, it is because of construction. It doesn't seem like we're trying to apply a practice that doesn't match what we're aiming to do here. So, I guess for my part, the point resonates with me that you made towards the end of the conclusion, which is to say that, had staff known of the utility duct bank, it just would have made the initial project more costly. I think, actually, notwithstanding, if this is going to increase this portion of the project by, based on whether you're doing the initial 17.5 or the 23 million by a third or a quarter again as much, I think it maybe begs the question of whether our predecessors would have prioritized this in the CIP to the same level they did if they knew it was going to cost that much more. All of that notwithstanding, I take that point, but it does seem like the traffic impacts, the disruption to drivers' lives, transit riders' lives, the business of the Pike, I would have hoped would have been avoidable. And so I guess I suppose I just want to flag the concern. I'm certainly prepared to vote for the action that you need from us, but I hope this won't be something that we replicate in terms of impacts on everyone traversing and living on and using and commuting to work on the Pike as we proceed with the rest of the multimodal segments.
Mr. DeFerranti.
I guess the first thought is just building on that line of questioning. I would actually be interested in understanding the cost or the feasibility of that, switching that lane. I don't, I don't know if it's feasible. It doesn't seem that lengthy, and I will certainly stand down if it's not possible. But I would at least associate myself with wanting to understand I'm mindful that there are a lot of signs that would need to be switched. But given that we're spending an additional $5 million, and given that I agree with Ms. Garvey, with Vice Chair Garvey, that next year we're going to be hearing about this daily, and I'm obviously want to be deferential to staff, but I do think it merits the question with maybe a little more detail, either now or later, as to why that wouldn't be possible to seek to switch. And I'm happy if you got the answer now or later.
I'd like to actually try to respond to that. So this project does have the engineer of record, Kimley Horn, that developed the MOTs. We also, because this is so serious, we pulled into a cross-section of our transportation engineering and operations staff, and we all took a collective look at it. In the corridors where reversible lanes are used, it tends to be on sections of highway where you don't have driveway after driveway after driveway. One of the features of this portion of Columbia Pike is very limited area to work and lots of driveways. And so it was the collective thinking of both our consultants as well as our own internal transportation engineering and operations staff that promoting a reversible condition would be unsafe. And safety is the #1 focus. And so that's where we came out. This is very disruptive. And I think our focus is really to encourage those people who don't live in the affected area or shop in the affected area that we need to do a full court press to get people to reroute. Because the thing that will actually really relieve the condition is taking some of the traffic off.
Sure, okay. Well, I'm not here to be unsafe is a fair, that's sort of the trump, the most important card to be concerned about. So I'm not, I'll be interested and I could see following up, but certainly it does seem useful to go down to the Pike as Mr. Gutschall was going to do. So other than that, I did have one question regarding paving that maybe one of you can answer. Once we're done with this, you know, the last bullet on one of your slides said, you know, we can't vouch to be certain that this, once the ducts are done, you would never have any trouble, which is fair, absolutely fair. But you'll put a level, you put a level of concrete, and then you would repave again and again to make sure that we're not, the travel lane is not leading to incursions into the duct bank. Is that how it works? Or is there some precautions that would be said to protect us to make sure that we're unlikely to have duct bank, you know, because it's in the middle of the roadway, problems with the duct bank in the future?
So, yeah, I apologize. What I actually meant to say on that slide was that for the future segments of Columbia Pike, that even with these additional mitigation strategies to better understand what's under the roadway, that we can't guarantee that there won't be additional risks. But once this segment of the duct bank is installed, there will be a new surface layer of asphalt installed, and we don't anticipate that there will be any problems for decades with that duct bank.
Some more board members. So there are a few questions before we conclude this item. So this is not a proposal, and I don't want anyone to believe that this is feasible, advisable, or practical, but for the sake of just understanding a hypothetical, if Columbia Pike were to be closed during this segment, how long would it take to do the work?
We can estimate that. I don't have that information today, but that's something that
If
we
you
can
could give me a ballpark, and I won't hold your professional, you know, credentials against you if you're off. This is just really an exercise in just figuring out trade-offs. So just give me your best estimate at this time.
I think that's a really good question, Mr. Chair, because this is going to be a mess. Yeah.
So, it may be, now if it's closed, then it would, it probably would cut the construction maybe in half.
Yeah. So that's helpful, I think, Mr. Awad, that we're talking about under any scenario, baseline of enduring roughly 6 or so months of disruption. So it's a question for us as to whether or not there's 6 more months of disruption and the ability to traverse the road or not. And, you know, while it's painful as we're thinking about all the consequences, that's helpful in us putting this in perspective. To get this work done, even if we were to figure out the most efficient way to do it, people would still be inconvenienced for a significant amount of time. Now, that said, if we could just explore some of your mitigations. So just to be clear, the idea is that during the morning, for people who are traveling eastbound on Columbia Pike, they should realize and experience about the same level of service that they're experiencing now, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what's going to be the case for people who are using the Pike, if you're traveling westbound at any time, you're going to have half the capacity, which is going to be particularly acute during rush hour. In the evening when people are traveling westbound, that's the flow. But your presumption is that there's a lot more variability in people's ability to use Columbia Pike in the evening rush. Therefore, there should be some ability to self-modulate traffic. Is that right? Maybe that's best for Mr.
That's
Leach.
That's part of the calculation, and I'll turn to Dennis if he has anything to add.
Thank you.
So in terms of the 2 lanes eastbound, 1 lane westbound, it's really a matter of geometry. Most of the duct bank work is on the south side of the road. And so once it goes from peak to off-peak, the the protected work zone expands north and claims the lane. So there was really no other way to lay it out, given you're going from 3 lanes in the peak to 2 lanes off peak. We've looked at the numbers very carefully. The inbound is a little bit heavier than the outbound, and I think the real trick on this is to try to get enough people to divert outbound in the evening to basically allow the lane to function as a transit lane and a local property access lane. But it means people are going to be on a crowded Arlington Boulevard, or they're going to be on a crowded 395.
Yeah. But that's what actually concerns me most of all, is because we are, and I'm not sure that I have a magic solution around this, but because we're going to maintain the same level of service that people generally experience today going eastbound, inbound, there's no incentive for them to take a different mode, except for the pain that they'll experience coming back. And, you know, as I consider trying to get people onto other alternatives, I'm not sure even this will do it.
I think our messaging, though, is not going to be nuanced to say that your commute's still going to be okay in the morning and it's going to be really rough in the evening.
But people are gonna figure it out.
Our message is going to be, you need to divert.
Yeah, okay.
Unless you live or work in this area.
Your disincentive to taking other modes is not the relative ease of the morning commute, but that the other modes are going to be diverted.
Well, that's true. That's true.
So,
Ms. Garvey.
yeah, following your kind of line of questioning, on slide 7, you talk about extended construction hours and say additional nighttime work is an option but not planned at this time. So I guess my question would be, why not? I mean, of all the things, the more work we could do at night when everybody's not trying to drive on this road, that would seem to be better.
The challenge with night work is the noise, and there are residential units along those areas where we're installing the duct bank. So we're gauging community feedback on the tolerance for nighttime work, and that's something that we're considering.
Could you come up with an estimate? As you said, it would cut it in half if we did. If you could come up with an estimate if we continued to work through the night. I mean, it might be some people would be willing to have, 4 weeks of just a whole lot of noise or whatever to not have 6 months of constant. So, a year. No, it's a year. Well, that's the 6th. Yeah, right, a year. Well, yeah. Anyway, we'd like to, I think, know more about some trade-offs, and I think we need to let people know, because I like the idea of working at night and getting it done faster. This is going to be a mess. That's
Ms. Crystal.
Sorry, so as we're having this conversation, I think nearly all of us, with the possible exception of Vice Chair Garvey, but even maybe all of us, period, inherited the multimodal project. And I generally, as a Pike resident, have seen some of the benefits of it. I think, particularly the undergrounding utilities has certainly delivered a very different vision of the Pike, and that's exciting. But I am realizing as we talk about this, I think that the question is, bear with us through a year of these disruptions, and then at the end you will have. And I am realizing, as we have this conversation, that I don't know that I'm prepared to answer that question beyond, I assume, maybe fewer blackouts from storms and things like that by the undergrounding of utilities. But I don't know if staff can either speak to or just help prepare us with, and the community with, a better summary of what the benefits will be delivered to riders of transit and drivers and residents of the Pike at the end of this.
So it goes back to the overall vision for the Pike and the work of the Community Street Space Task Force. It is to create a vibrant, walkable, transit-friendly Main Street. The West End doesn't really meet those criteria today. The truly disruptive part is the utility work, and it also takes the longest. Once the street is reconstructed, it includes streetscape, lighting, wide sidewalks. It provides all the pads for the transit stations. And so basically the street infrastructure is transformed.
And I will just say that our revitalization organization, CPRO, actually has a good presentation on this that they have taken to stakeholders along the Pike. So I'll commend that to you as something to look at.
They can help us.
Ms. Garvey.
Yeah, could you remind me, so when this is all done after an extremely painful year, will the metros with the transit stations be done too?
This project does include all of the foundations, the pads for the transit stations, and then they can be assembled.
Okay, so the difficult work for the transit stations will be done when the road's done.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. DeFerranti.
Just, does this space include the bridge right there? I know that's been a huge concern, and I just want to surf.
Right before, right?
It's right before the bridge.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Okay. So I think you hear our angst, our concern, panic, horror, all appropriate adjectives. We're very concerned about this. So we hope that what's the construction company, Fort Myer, that they come up with ways of, blowing our minds with finishing much earlier. That's what we desire, but it is what it is. We've got a motion, and it's been seconded to approve this item. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Awad, Mr. Leach.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add one thing, because I don't know in what way we'll do it, but we'll report back to the board in the next few days. Fort Myer is actually working up estimates about what happens if they did more work during the evening. We had that bullet that said potential options. So we'll be back to you with that. We don't have any firm information on it.
Not for nothing, I will note, though, we didn't increase the contingency despite the increased cost. So any proposals to do that will come with another request from you for more money. So let's just be real about that. Okay, we have some additional items for the board. Ms. Jacobs?
Additional item A is deed of easement from Basil de la Schmidt.
Basil de la Schmidt.
Basil de la Schmidt to the County Board of Arlington County, conveying a permanent easement on a portion of the property located at 4200 Columbia Pike. And B is a deed of easement from Barcroft Number 6 Limited Partnership to the County Board, conveying a permanent easement on a portion of property located at 4202 12th Road South.
Wonderful. Thank you. And we're ready for the staff presentation. Mr. Schwartz.
Mr. Chair, Maxine Chumley is with me. She can very quickly talk to these. I did want to point out that we had hoped to keep these on the consent agenda, but we simply weren't able to get the signatures that we needed on the documents. But Maxine can explain to you what's involved with both of these.
Good evening. Before you for approval and acceptance are two sanitary sewer easements. The county will be taking over an existing private lateral sanitary sewer line on 4200 Columbia Pike. The existing line will connect to the lines to be installed on 4238 Columbia Pike and 4202 12th Road South. These connected pipes in the two easements on 4200 Columbia Pike and 4202 12th Road South will provide a sanitary sewer outlet to George Mason Drive for the new development that's being constructed on 4238 Columbia Pike. If the two easements are accepted, the county will have a continuous sanitary sewer line easement starting at the boundary line of 4238 Columbia Pike, across 4202 12th Road South and 4200 Columbia Pike to George Mason Drive. The county will receive an amount of $30,000 from the owners of 4238 Columbia Pike. This amount is to be used by the county for future expenses related to the maintenance and relocation of the existing sanitary sewer on 4200 Columbia Pike. That's the background of these two. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excuse me. Thank you very much, Ms. Chumley. We appreciate it. And do we have any speakers on this item?
I believe you would like to recognize Bill Lawson.
All right. Mr. Lawson, I've heard you'll be brief.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate the manner in which the staff jumped on this. We had a real problem, and it took a lot of creative thinking in order to solve it. And Mr. Schwartz, your staff did a great job, as did the county attorney's staff. And to let you know the diligent work that was done, I received my draft document, Steve, at I think it was around 10 o'clock on Friday evening from Brenda Heffernan. And she did a magnificent job. And that's it. Just wanted to let you know how much we appreciate the work.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lawson. And the discussion is now with the board. Ms. Garvey?
Would you like a motion?
Yes.
All right, I think I can do this. All right, so I would like to move the manager's recommendation concerning the deed of easement from Basil de la Schmidt to the County Board of Arlington County and the deed of easement from Barcroft Number 6 Limited Partnership to the County Board of Arlington County as per the staff reports dated December 13, 2019.
Second.
Does that do it?
Moved and seconded.
All right.
And anyone need to speak to it?
I just have one question.
Mr. Gutschall, see Ms. Garvey, though, would you like to
No, I-
speak?
no, I'm
Okay,
just
all right,
happy.
Mr. Gutschall?
And I don't mean to belabor this, but I sort of feel like it's a little bit mysterious. So would you mind, could you just share like maybe the 30-second version of what is the problem we were trying to solve? Mr. Barnes just referenced the problem.
So there are, well, the owner of 4200 Columbia Pike was concerned about the possible impacts to the hardscape and the improvements that are currently located in the area of the existing pipe. And so in order to allay his fears about the costs that could be, that were involved in making those repairs, that he might have to make those repairs, we were able to get the agreement of the developer who's developing the 4238 Columbia Pike to deposit a certain sum of money, the $30,000, with the county to defray the cost of any maintenance that we might have to do or restoration that we might have to do on 4200 Columbia Pike.
Okay,
So
very
that's the
good.
background.
That helps a little bit of context. Thank you very much.
Okay?
Yep.
Satisfied? Okay, we'll now move to a vote on items A and B under additional items. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And I think we have one more additional item. You got it? Okay. Would you like me to introduce it? Sure, thank you. Okay. So our next additional item is to approve a memorandum of agreement with the Annie E. Casey Foundation. So I will, how shall we do this? How about you do a staff report explaining it,
Okay.
and then I'll move it.
I will.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, we actually are joined tonight. Leanne Roselle is in the audience, but we received an offer from the Annie Casey Foundation that Ms. Roselle, who is a longtime resident of Arlington County and works in the field of restorative justice, which I would do a poor job of explaining fully what that means, but I know she's met with most of you, that the Annie E. Casey Foundation was prepared to essentially loan Ms. Roselle to us for a year, and during that year she would work on educating us to the principles of restorative justice and work with a number of staff, including police and sheriff and the Commonwealth's attorney, public defender's offices, judges, social service agencies, a number of organizations and entities to see if by the end of calendar year 2020, there could be any observations or recommendations she wanted to share. So in order to pursue this, we have this memorandum of agreement. Ms. Roselle would be working for me in the county manager's office, and we will keep you and the community apprised. I know that Ms. Roselle is excited about this. I think that we're excited about learning from her. I think that she will learn a lot from us. It will not be, it's an excellent body of work. It is, I do not want to underestimate the degree to which it will require a lot of hard work and thinking on the part of people, but we welcome the opportunity. The agreement itself was finalized, I think, at about 2:30 this afternoon, so that's the reason why it's coming to you so late.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. With that, we appreciate the staff presentation. I assume we have no speakers on this item. So I will move that the county board approve the attached memorandum of agreement between the County Board of Arlington County and the Annie E. Casey Foundation for the donation of services by the foundation relating to the introduction of restorative justice practices in the county, and authorize the county manager to execute the memorandum of agreement on behalf of the county board. Seconded by Ms. Garvey. People who wish to speak. Ms. Crystal.
Just, I hope Ms. Roselle still wants to come work here as a Pike resident after what you've just heard. She might be so mad. We are delighted to be working with you on this really important body of work. It's an exciting time, and I think meshes very well with the priorities of our new Commonwealth's attorney, as well as our own county government priorities on equity. And I think we will, as the manager said, learn a lot from your perspective indeed. Thank you.
Agreed. very much look forward to all that you can bring to the county. It's even better when it comes in the form of a donation from your current employer and allowing you the ability to maintain your tenure and status with that employer. It's the very definition of a win-win, so truly exciting. Any more discussion? All those in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Ms. Jacobs, do we have any other business before the county board this evening?
We do not.
With that, folks, we're going to call it a 2019, and I wish you all a very happy holiday season and a very good new year.